You're watching the 2024 Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Yash Technologies.
So welcome to the Saverne Field at Woodley. This is David Sentence with Jimmy Alconsaria. We'll be covering the San Diego Surf Riders versus the Golden State Grizzlies. Both teams met before, and so we've got a second game going here. And San Diego won the toss and have decided to bowl, probably looking for a little moisture on the wicket. And so we're looking forward to a good game here. The atmosphere here is quite overcast, nice and cool. Quite a contrast to a week ago when it was in triple digits. And so I'd expect some movement off the pitch. So it'll be interesting to see whether the Grizzlies can handle the good opening attack that San Diego brings to the game. And the players for San Diego will be Ukma Akmal, Gayan Fernando, Devan Shrivastra, Skandar Sharma, who's had two very good innings so far, Chad Bretsky, Jaydeep Reddy, who's captain, Abhi Singh, who's actually really improved his batting over this tournament, Ajay Sharma, Abhinav Reddy, Nikhil Dutta, and Ravindu Gunasekara. So that's the lineup. So Umar Akmal is a wild card, and Gayan Fernando domestic wild card. So here they come, and I'll hand over to Jimmy to do the ball by ball. I'll just be filling in occasionally.
Good morning, everyone. Hello, David. Brings you back to English weather here in Southern California.
You got it.
Quite something. The temperature right now, 68 degrees Fahrenheit, a little below the typical September weather out here in Woodley, but still, lovely park. We're playing on the same ground that these teams met on Friday. San Diego etched out a win that almost, I'd call it a come-from-behind win. They were down, chasing about 176 runs, down about 15 for 2. Oh. And you were covering that, David, so I guess...
I was covering it, and I didn't expect a team to be able to get 10 and over to catch up, and they did, which was a remarkable effort, batting effort. And it was your three major batsmen.
Yes, I think Umar Akmal came in with about a 46, and then he was gone when it was 70 for 3, and so there was a good, very well-built partnership, very well-paced with Skandar and Abhi Singh, and they both got 50s.
They did.
Both remain not out, and that's the key thing, David. Today, young players, they get to 50 and then they throw away their wicket, and it was good to see these two young people, take it home, and that's what is the difference between a B level and an A level.
Yeah, story of partnerships, really, because those last two put on 100 together.
That's right. So we've got Rahul Jariwal here, the captain, taking strike, and J.D. Reddy, the captain, to bowl. So it's captain to captain, first ball wrapped on the pads, going down leg. Enthusiastic appeal. So J.D. took the first 2 wickets yesterday and, spearheaded his team to a very, very close but very well-deserved win versus the East Bay Blazers. Put San Diego 2-0 for starting today. J.D. bowling to wicketkeeper slip, backward point in the cover. This one's taken off his pads down towards deep backward square leg. You'd probably get 2 on that. Oh, throw goes way over the head of keeper Chad. So continuing on with JD's field is the first 2 runs on the board. On the leg side, he's got just 4 men out there, or three out there. Backward square leg, short mid wicket, and wide mid on. JD again. This one swung way over the head of fine leg, and that'll be 4. The first 4 comes up in the first innings, nicely picked off by Jariwal. Slightly down leg, not much pace in it, and helped along over the heads into the wilderness almost out there, and there you go, ball searching. This is something about Severn that we've had to deal with. You probably have to have some dogs, ball-sniffing dogs out there.
I think so, yeah. We've had a couple of fires that have knocked back the vegetation recently. In fact, my son's in the fire department, and they've had 5 calls here in the last year and a half.
Wow.
And so, so the we've been reclaiming the fields back from COVID and the homeless, and it's been quite a battle.
That. Okay.
Yeah. So, but yes, we also pulled down the grass over there for 2 future pitches. Hopefully, we're working on that prior to the Olympics.
Well, the ball's been retrieved and back on action here. None for 6 as JD sends down the next ball. This one's outside the off stump. Pokes at it. Goes through to keeper Chad. A little bit of a half-hearted appeal. He was just following the ball, quite honestly. That was not even close. And we're coming to the end of the first over. Again, as we said, David, it's an overcast, so San Diego will be looking to take advantage of this, and I guess that's the reason they decided to bowl, apart from the fact that the first couple of games they won chasing, and chasing well.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision based on their past performance.
Right, and behind this one, I like the way he moved his right leg across. We used to call it the dance, as an opener. The first thing you do is you get your right foot across, and of course in the good old days, David, when you actually left the ball.
You actually did, yes. And you weren't adjudged as having a dot ball against you.
I guess the combined age of your broadcasters here would be well over a century, I'm sure, because I'm contributing 68 of those. But anyway, JD for the last ball, and this one's played straight back into the left of the bowler. Skanda picks it up at mid-off. A single to end the over. 1 for 7.
Good piece of batting there by the opener.
Well, he's a class act there, sure is.
Yeah.
Okay, so it looks like Diane Fernando. Diane was the highest wicket taker in the minor league last year.
Really?
It's ironic that San Diego, that finished at the bottom of their western zone, landed up with the highest number of wickets to Diane Fernando and the highest number of catches with A.B. Reddy. So quite a nice distinction.
It's a good distinction to build on there, Jimmy, because now your batting has improved. So
the batting sure has improved.
So that won't.
Diane hails from Sri Lanka. Very, very, not only a good bowler, but a very, very good person. And I think in today's world of cricket, you want to see people who are good people and likable.
Couldn't agree more.
A lot of the youngsters today, David, tend to be a little bit full of themselves, and I'm sorry about that.
Yes,
but,
I think that's actually the influence of the growth, really, of the academies.
Oh, yes.
They're fostering those sort of attitudes.
Golden State Grizzlies pulled off a beautiful win yesterday, chasing about 140 some against the Lashings, and it came down to the last over.
It was actually the last over was amazing because they needed 4 runs to win, and they brought all the fielders in, and then the fielder misfielded, and there was a boundary to win the game in the last ball.
This one's coming up to about waist high, and we had the batter trying to flick it off. We had Karun Adada joining his skipper here.
The opener here, Jimmy, is Jariwala, who's just got 7. He's the wicketkeeper, and he's played for the Silicon Valley Strikers.
Oh, Jariwala's a class act, there's no question, David. And, Adada played pretty well in the first game too on Friday. So here's Fernando again. This one's over pitch, hit into the air, and it's taken on the first bounce. Single in mid-on.
Jariwala quite experienced, 53 matches, 693 runs, so it's not bad. Yes.
Such good timing.
Yeah.
Very, very nice.
Oh, it's great having you up here from San Diego, Jimmy. So it's not often we get to see you.
Actually, that was Jariwala who got the
Yep.
single, so that brings it down.
You're seeing one of the most experienced batsmen in the minor league at the moment. And the West Coast, of course. I don't know about the...
The other bats are left-handed, so the field switches over. You've got a slip, short third man, backward point, deep point on the cover boundary, almost there. Cover point sweeping out there. And then you've got a short cover. And a wide mid-on. On the onside, you've got a short wide mid-on, that will break it, and a fine leg. Avon has now been pushed all the way down to the fine third man fence. Fernando comes in bold to about. Yeah, very, very soft hands. Ajay Sharma, the veteran out there, rushes in, flicks it back to the keeper. No run, and it is none for 8. Cautious start here. Sun beginning to shine a little bit. The shadows have begun to show up, which is a good sign.
Yes, I think they'll be burning off this foggy layer.
I see behind the almost the side screen is Ross Taylor taking a look at some of these players.
Ah, probably doing some scouting for Major League.
Again, pushing forward, very clear. Intent. Garden pad close together, goes out to JD and recovers. Guyan's bowling a good length today. He's been a little wayward the last couple of games, but today bowling a very good length, tight, very tight.
Taran Adada, by the way, is at 9 matches, 91 runs. So he's travelled from St. Louis. He played for the St. Louis Americans. Yeah, so he's a bit of a traveller. Number 1.
Last ball of the over coming up. At the end, played forward. This time sneaking out for a single. The ball taking an inner edge and going out to wide mid-on. And running in. End of the second over. None for 9, the Grizzlies. Cautious start. They did a very good start last
They did.
Friday.
Yeah, they're a good pair of openers. These they take it to the bowling.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Seattle's got some good academies, Northern California. In San Diego, we're trying to build a similar type of, we've got about 150 to 175 kids out there.
Yes.
Should be a lot more.
And you've been very supportive of the Compton program over the years. You know, you've been up to see us, and you're generous with your time.
So here's JD now, again, bowling the second over. His first over conceded 7 runs, and he will now be bowling to the left-handed Adada. This one's down the leg side, given a wide. Should be. Ball seems to be moving a little bit.
Yes, and that's the decision that San Diego made, was to try and get some movement while it's still wet, I think.
Well, we're in third over, and we've had, I think, it's the first wide.
Right.
So, given what happened on Friday, David, they gave away 26 extras, and
Yep.
a couple of them were 5 wide. So you can imagine that. This one's hit into the air, and it should be going for 4. He has a beautiful shot. He got his right foot across and smacked it through the covers. A little uppish, but totally safe. There was no fielders there, so a good way to open the account there for Adada. Maybe that's his first 4, but he's on to 5 now in 4 balls. None for 14. Taking a cautious start in the third over.
Drive in the fast bowler.
A left-handed batter hit a cover drive
It's-
I don't know why
it is
but
gorgeous,
It's always
yeah.
better than watching a right.
Yeah. I think watching a left-hander always is, for some reason, because it's...
Seems to be a little bit grace is what comes across.
Yes, yeah.
JD again. This one is short. A big jab into the short point area. Ajay Sharma moving really fast for a person over 40 years old.
Oh, boy, aging these players, I Jimmy. So
San Diego's got a nice mix of youth
yeah,
and experience, and it's so wonderful to see that the youth play with such experience, which I think is pretty rare.
is that what you look for? As
Snyder has been one to display that. JD again. This one a little bit of a miss time, trying to go towards mid-wicket, lands up mid-on. A.B. Reddy, one of the best fielders in the league, quickly onto it, no chance for a run, and it's none for 14. His cautious start here.
laying a good foundation, these two. Very sensible play, and of course this is a third or fourth game, so they.
Here we are. And this one's put into the air, but no fielder. It goes out to the sweeper cover, and it's 4 runs. Now that's kind of interesting. There was no attempt to chase that ball. It was almost struck behind it. Maybe the fielder there didn't want to really push and land up exerting a lot of energy and not getting to the ball. But from here, David, it certainly looked like he would have got it. He just sort of walked behind it.
Yeah.
Anyway, 4 runs. That's give the credit to the batter there. Nice push, a very firm push.
Bit uppish, and but he managed to get it over the inner field, which is good.
That's what you can do in the first 6 overs, I guess.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
while it's in the power play.
Excuse me, I'm going to.
JD again. Slower balls. And so he'll have to bowl that one again. None for 19, the Grizzlies in the 3rd over. Just nudging above 6 runs and over now. This one is hit high in the air, and it should be out of the ground. It is. It is out of the ground over the tents of the players. That was a beautiful shot. Absolutely gorgeous timing. Got right under it, slower ball. Picked it up and sent it over the tents for the first 6 of the innings. For beautiful shot. And that takes the score now up to none for 25. And Adada really stepping it up now. Has 1 more ball to go this over. And JD gets in there, checks his run up, turns back again for a 2nd attempt. And here he is. This one is hooked high in the air, and that is also going to be out of the ground, is it? Another one. Down the leg side, you cannot bowl short to a left-hander. For some reason, left-handers have the unbelievable power on the leg side, and sure enough, Adada using his power. A very, very good over for the Grizzlies. 2 sixes of the last 2 balls, a wide, a couple of other runs, and before you know it, what seemed to be a pretty tight first couple of overs from San Diego has been blown away, and it's now none for 31 and 3. The score ticking along now at double digit, over 10 runs and over now, and someone's going to have to bring that back. And let's see who that's going to be. It's going to be Guyan again, it looks like. Yep, Guyan gets his 3rd over. We also want to say thank you to our sponsors here, national sponsors, Yash Technology and Amul. Everyone who grew up in India, I'm sure, enjoyed the rich Amul butter and ghee and put on a little weight in their tummy. And here we go. Guyan now bowling to the skipper. This one is short and in the air, just short of the fielder there. Devam, or is that Devam, or is it? It's hard to see from back here. But that ball did almost stop on him. Jariwal was a little bit too early on the shot, popped it up. The field in short cover, a little bit out of range there. A good ball, nevertheless. Guyan in his 3rd over now. Coming in from the far end to bowl to Jariwal. This one sticked off on the leg side off the hip, gets a single. Quick pick up there and thrown in by Skanda.
Running very well between the wickets there, Jimmy.
None for 32. Yep, then those 2 sixes of the last over were just splendid. One beautifully struck over mid-off, and the other one, short ball, promptly bounced and taken out of the ground.
That was Taran Nadada, huh? To 21 now, and then Rahul Jariwala.
He's really on a roll right now, and and he's back on strike. So let's see how.
Actually, it's the highest strike rate I've seen in the tournament, 233.
Well, yeah, it's kind of early to do that, so we'll have to give him a little bit more time to settle in. Guyan Fernando from the far end. Oh, this one came up again, almost shoulder height, and Tadada had to really go right up on his toes and push it out of his face almost. Guyan seems to be getting some good bounce from the other end. So Tadada definitely interested in what's happening, goes down the wicket, gives it a little tap down, more out of nervousness than really trying to change the nature of the pitch. Can't seem to do that with a bat these days, but here he is, taking strike to Guyan Fernando. Seems to have found a good length, and here he is. This one's wrapped on the pad. They probably get a single of it as Chad Bretsky runs across as the wicketkeeper picks up the ball, and it's signaled a leg by. Good bowling here from Guyan. He seems to have, put the ball on the spot, got a good lift a couple of times.
It's excellent bowling, actually. His economy rate is 2 compared to Jaydeep is 14, so it's quite a contrast. He's getting some left. .32 for no wicket. This opening pair.
It's none for 33 as Guyan comes in this time. Played sort of half-hearted push out there, taking it on the rise, but again, Ajay Sharma from cover, very quick, very, very quick, picks up and snuffs out any opportunity to even think of a single.
So Rahul now moves on to 9 and Taran 21 still.
That's right. 3 extras so far, which is not too bad, given that San Diego by now had already given about 12 or 13 last time. Here we go. Guyan. This one is again flicked off the hips. A chance of a run out at the far end, but very, very wayward throw. And there was no one backing up, so it would have had to be a direct hit from Skanda. A good over, a very, very good comeback over for San Diego, given that the score was 31-3, and now it's 33-4.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Little break here for adjustments in the field. So will Reddy keep himself on, the captain, or will there be a change in bowling? It looks like there's going to be a change in bowling. That's probably a good move. Jaydeep got hit pretty hard the last over. 57 coming on as the bowling change.
That's Ravindu, the Canadian Ravindu Gunasekara. Got a quick leg spin and did pretty well yesterday. Took a couple of wickets and.
What's he doing here from Canada, Jimmy? How did he end up in your team?
Well, there are two. Canadians are now considered as domestic players. Ravindu going in first ball, shot, and it is smacked away over deep square leg, and that should be a big one. 6 runs. Rank bad, and that's what happens when you have a leg spinner. They tend to bowl down, and a leg spinner to a left-hander is almost like a giveaway because you're hitting with, and sure enough.
Strawberries to the donkey, as they like to say in England.
That's a good one. That's a good one. And that gives Adada his third six in this innings. He is on fire right now. 27 runs, 39 for no loss. And boy, was that a nice, juicy first ball smacked out of the ground. And we're still in the power play, so it's a little interesting that you put on a leg spinner. I mean, if you did, you would probably bring in an off spinner to a left-handed. This one's tossed up much better. Played with the respect down, pushed along the ground to JD at cover. And a little bit of saving grace there because the first one was an apology of a ball. Ravindu, tall lad, bowling from, let's call it the commentator's end. Here he goes.
Well, the
This
right
one's tossed
hand.
again and smacked again. This should be another six. Out of the ground. Full toss, down leg side. The two things that anyone would, let alone a left-handed batter, is a nice, short, juicy ball hitting with the spin. And the next one is a nice full toss on the leg side. Couldn't get better than that.
It
So-
sounds as though you're batting out there, Jimmy, with that.
Oh, I'd love to be batting out there.
Yeah, you
Someone
can
was
see that.
bowling
You're
long
always a
hops
good
at
hitter of
me,
the ball. Yeah.
Even at this age, I think we could swing the swing the bat out there.
So Canada's met a sudden rebuff here in this this innings. That's back-to-back 2 sixes out of two back-to-back overs.
Well, he's got 5 sixes now, hasn't he?
Yeah,
Or is it?
and
yeah.
and his strike rate is up to 235. So how do you feel about that, Jimmy? That's the best strike rate still.
The only
Even
thing I
though-
feel right now is, geez, I wish I had a chance to get out there and get these nice lollipops bowled at me. But nevertheless, on a more serious note, very, very good opportunistic batting here by Adada. He's put his head down when the ball, especially with Guyan Fernando, ball was coming at a good length, good pace, and he was very circumspect, and now he's letting loose. And here we go. This one is short, and it is going to be cracked again. This time it will be at least 2, probably 3. It's picked up on the deep mid-wicket area, but again, rank bad, short ball. It's 14 runs given away now, and
Yes.
two of them have been, well, one at least was a reasonably good one, which got a little push out to cover, but other than that, it's been lollipops.
In the previous game these two played, they had the Grizzlies had a
Very
poor
good start.
You know, they
Yeah.
actually did better later on. So
Yeah.
this
And
is
this
a good
one
opening
again, quick
partnership,
one,
yeah.
coming into the batter from outside the off stump. So 5 balls, 14 runs, again another big over, and the Grizzlies have taken full advantage. None for 47. As Ravinda goes in for the last ball of this over. Again, middle and off, played with circumspection. And that's what you want to see here. That's the sign of a good batter there. When you put your head down, play the good balls out, wait for these loose ones, and then smack it. David?
Wait for the change of the over. So another bowling change, Jimmy. What do you know about this? This bowler number 4 should be.
Well, here for the first time in the season is the young Devam Srivatsava. Devam's been with San Diego since the first minor league game. He played as an 18-year-old. He's 21 now, and tall lad, well over 6 feet. Brilliant, if I may say so. He's, one of those scholastic sportsmen.
Oh, really?
Very, very smart young man.
What they used to call a gentleman.
Gentleman, yeah.
Or an amateur.
Devam bowls off spin, quick one into the batter, played off the back foot down to wide mid on, gets a single, but Devam's got a very, very good head on his shoulders.
And he started playing with you guys when he was 18,
He's
or did
played-
you recruit him from elsewhere?
Oh, no. I've coached Devam since he was about 8.
Oh, wow.
And,
wow, 10 years of your training.
In fact, he reminded me about that this morning, and
Oh, that's
very
nice.
proud to see these kids grow and play in this level. And I think
You almost feel like his dad at this point. His cricket dad, you could call that, yeah?
cricket daddy. I'm older than his dad, though. So here's Devam from the far end. Will be bowling to Adada, coming in around the wicket between the umpire. This one's outside the off stump, just nudge to short third man. Good line, good length, ball turning. This is what you want to do to a left-hander. Just push it outside the off stump. We're still in the power play, I guess, right? Or are we done?
I think we're done.
All righty. So
Yeah.
here we go. He's got protection on the leg side as this one's flighted up and it's hit high in the air, and that should be out of the ground again. Boy, Tadada's on fire. This must be his 5th 6. Brilliant. Picked up from him just middle and off, and hit actually against the spin. So, but it went high, and out of the ground. So none for 54. Fantastic start by the Grizzlies. Looking now at probably 175, 180.
Yes, they're definitely upping the tempo. Of course, the first game they had got 176. So at this rate, San Diego are going to have a score rate of about 11 and over to get anywhere near that. So,
well, that's a really good start.
And those sixes have made a big contrast in this game. I haven't seen back-to-back sixes like that in the tournament.
Well,
So
the field gets changed a little bit, and that typically comes out of the anxiety effect. And let's see how Devam comes back after being sent out of the ground. This one he pushes quick on. It's smacked high in the air again. This one should land in no man's land, and let's see if they can get through it. Yep, they get a couple. It was then absolutely no man's land. It's sat up there in the air for so long, but none of the fielders even remotely close. Umar Akbal fielding at fine leg didn't even make an attempt to get there. So we had someone from deep mid-wicket and short mid-wicket rushing in to backward square leg, and you had a person at fine leg that was closer to the action and just watched it sail away.
You're concerned about the aggression on the ball at the moment, huh?
Bowled him! That is Devam's first wicket, and boy, look at that
He's
youthful
happy.
exuberance.
He's very happy.
Yeah, it was a quicker one, middle stump.
So now, as a cricket dad, you feel your confidence restored now.
Well, I wouldn't say the confidence was lost, David. Devam has produced wickets in virtually every time he's played.
Uh-huh.
He's always got some of the best batters out, even in the previous years.
Right.
He used to, in fact, take the new ball and would take a wicket in the first couple of overs. So it's nothing new. Tremendous boost for this young player. And hopefully, this will give him even more excitement and enthusiasm and confidence as he continues his tenure with San Diego.
So if somebody in San Diego wants you to coach them, how do they get a hold of you?
Oh, well, I'm not the one who I do this as a pastime. Now, we've got Coach Benjamin, who's also coaching the Surf Rider team. Rajendra Singh Ghai would be a right person to contact. And we've got a San Diego Youth Academy. And, we've got Wayne Copeland. You probably played with Wayne.
I played with Wayne.
Yep.
Yeah, he's a
So
great player.
We've got
Good all
people
rounder.
like that. But basically, I mean, anyone in San Diego who would like to come take a look and join our youth academy, we've got a lot of people there who can. And if nothing else, just show up at the Canyonside State Park.
Canyonside
CSP.
State Park. Yeah.
Yeah, come on a weekend. You're going to see kids all around and just walk
Both
up
Saturdays
there.
and Sundays?
Yeah, we try to do Saturdays and Sundays. We try to get games as much as possible because what kids lack today are game time. So we try to do that. Well, we would love to host you, David. We'd love to host you, and it's a very pretty park out there. Unfortunately, it's not dedicated only to cricket, so we have to share it with the soccer moms.
Okay.
Dave, I'm very, very excited. The first wicket has been taken, and it took all of, almost 7 overs.
Partnership.
Yeah. And that was really the wicket you wanted, not that.
Yes,
Charlie
Taran
Wall-
was definitely in the flow
Charlie
there.
Wall is clearly one of the best batters there, but another left-hander at the wicket now, and Devam comes in and bowls his first ball, played very respectfully forward. So we've got Kumar who's come in, Kranti Kumar. taking the first ball and watching it very carefully.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
All right, we're back on with the Golden State Grizzlies at 56-1. Very good opening 50 partnership there by those two before Adada went out. And now the new batsman, Kranthi Kumar. And perhaps you can tell us a little bit about the bowlers that are coming on there, Jimmy.
Yeah, San Diego's now got a change at the, let's call it the pavilion end, for lack of a better word here, because there's no pavilion. There are just tents out here. But Nikhil Datta, also from Canada. Nikhil has played for San Diego since the first season in 2021. A very good unorthodox bowler, something like the Sunil Narayan. He holds the ball behind his back, and then he could bowl a leg spin or off spin, as the case may be. And a very, very good batter. He's not really displayed. He was on display yesterday, getting his rhythm, and then unfortunately hit a six and got out the next ball. But here's Nikhil bowling the first one to Jariwal. Short, pushed out very firmly towards deep mid-wicket. And actually the fielder Umar Akmal moves from mid-on to take that single then. And it's a quick little dab to mid-on. Brings up the left-handed Kumar now to take strike. A word about our sponsors. We want to say thank you very much to Yash Technologies and Amul, our national sponsors, as well as the San Diego Surfrider local sponsors, Westpac Wealth Management, MCP Computers, Sis and Tally, Metroflex, Brian Diaz, LPL Financial, and Ankle Saria Solutions. Thanks again for your sponsorship. Really appreciate it. It keeps us being able to continue this franchise. Nikhil Datta to Kumar from the pavilion end. Quick one. Pushed into the air, a little bit short, and the bowler gives it a little bit of a try. The unfortunate thing here was the batter was right in his, the runner was right in his way. So I'm not sure Nikhil could have got to it, but it certainly gave some cause of excitement here. A single nonetheless. 1 for 58. Grizzlies. Jariwal taking strike as Datta goes in. Oh, this one short, keeping a little low, hit off the back foot to the sweeper cover, and it's picked up and sent back for no chance of stopping a single. Jariwal hasn't had much of the strike because it was all Tarun Adada, just all Tarun Adada, 41 of 19 balls.
Absolutely
what a fantastic
dominating
innings, 5 sixes. And this one's good length, crisply hit off the back foot by Kranthi Kumar for a single to A.B. Reddy at long on. Field changes over again as the left-right combination putting a little bit of anxiety into the bowlers and the fielders. This one's tossed up, hit. Oh, that was a tough catch. Put down there, and a chance of a second run for an overthrow. But that is something that probably a little bit of fitness there for Nikhil. Was not able to get down fast enough. He did get both hands to the ball, though. It was about ankle height, David.
It was hit hard, so
hit
it bounced
hard.
out.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
hard and low is always tough, as we all know. So,
but being a spinner, you shouldn't have that much trouble as a fast ball, because a fast bowler's momentum is going to make it difficult to go down. Nikhil again, quicker one, flicked off the hips to
very reassuring shot.
Wide mid-on. A single. Nikhil's bowling pretty tight. There's a good over there, except a little disappointment. He didn't get the cotton ball that he would have liked to have. 1 for 62.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Just type in quick clubs. Doing a good job.
Well, we're back in action here, and the first ball from Davam has been steered to the left of the wicketkeeper. There was no slip, so by the time third man comes in, there's a single. Score moving on up to 1 for 63 now. Jariwal on 13, Kranti Kumar on 4. And Davam bowling his second over now, 1 for 10 so far as he goes around the wicket. Beautifully stacked.
Oh, and brilliantly caught.
And he's bowled a no ball.
Oh,
He
I wonder why he
cannot
wasn't
believe
looking.
that. He cannot believe that.
So,
A no ball, a free hit, a beautiful return catch, all for nothing.
beautiful dive. I mean,
That
it
was
was
a beautiful
classic
dive,
fielding.
and it was really something that you should not be bowling a no ball, any bowler, let alone a spinner.
Absolutely.
It's absolutely unforgivable, as Sunil Gavaskar has always pointed out to us. Davam again. Outside the off stump, quick one,
Took a
called
big
a
hoik.
wide. It's called a wide. I guess this was a little bit of the panic after bowling, and this was a free hit, if you remember. So
Yep.
I think Davam went a little bit too fast and too wide, so he's got to bowl it again, and it's still a free hit. Here he is, bowling to Jariwala, who comes out, hits it high in the air, and that is probably out of the ground now, 4, I think. It's a 4, bounced just in front of the boundary. So that's 6 runs off this ball.
Yes.
You know,
Expensive stuff.
6 runs of this ball, a 4, and then the 2 from a no ball and a wide. So
Two
to me,
batsmen.
that is being.
Kriyanthi Kumar, a little background, 13 matches, 278 runs. He batted very well against you previously, and
Yes.
he's not a bowler. He's a full-on batsman.
Really good.
Left-handed. He actually says here's a right-arm off-spin as well, but
Well,
from
let's-
St. Louis, out of St. Louis.
We'll have to see Davam make a comeback here. He bowled a real beauty. Unfortunately, turned out to be a no ball. Here he is again. Flighted, hit high, hit out, off the ground.
And through the fielder's hands, but it was out. He was over the boundary.
We're going to wait for the signal here. The ball was high and it's over the fence. The fielder very sportingly announces it. Now I'm not sure if he did that because he missed a catch, but he did chase that ball all the way on the boundary line. So
Questioning
6
the man's
runs.
motives. So Rahul now on 23 and Kriyanthi on 4.
Yeah, so that's literally now 12 runs of 2 balls. If you look at it
Exactly.
this way, David.
At this rate, we got a projected run rate of over 200 runs.
Oh, they're really on fire. Here we go. Davam again. Quicker. Driven beautifully all along the ground to wide mid-off. A single there as Gayan flings the ball back in. Runs flowing very, very
Easily.
effortlessly.
Yeah.
1 for 76. The run rate around 9.91.
Adada went out with over 200 strike rate. So
Yeah.
bowlers having a hard time putting the clampers on at the
And
moment.
there's sort of nothing in the pitch for them. So here's a good ball pushed forward to by Kumar. And a very,
Careless
very
fielding.
easy run. Look at this. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous to see 2 runs
On a push like
on
that.
a push
Yeah.
that went about hardly 5 meters away from the wicket.
That's almost like an insult to the team that they're
Uh,
playing.
sorry for someone like Davam who's already been hit for 12 runs in this first 2 balls, and then he gets
This is
2
where you-
runs off a dot ball.
Well, you're not getting support from your team. You've got to be
Yeah.
careful with that.
San
sure
Diego
you'll
should
address that.
should really be pulling up its socks right now. This one is driven again past the bowler, actually ricochets off his body to wide mid-off. for a
Quite an
single.
unlucky over in that, he had that beautiful catch, and that was
Oh,
a no ball, and then it
yeah.
went downhill from there.
It sure did.
Shows
It
you how
sure did.
quickly these things escalate.
So about 13 runs of the, no, 14, 15.
Yeah, we're back on now.
1 for 79 of 8 overs as Nicol Dutta continues this time to come out, flick down to a very, very quick little single, maybe two. Nope. A very quick rushing in there by Skanda from deep mid-wicket. A single then takes the score up to 80 now. And we're in the 9th over. So the run rate is doing really, really good for the Grizzlies today. It's a very young team, David, and
Right.
you know it's so wonderful to see the owners put their faith in young players. I think the average age is like 25,
Right.
and
Are you talking about the Grizzlies or both teams?
the Grizzlies.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nicol gets in there.
Yeah.
This one's taken on the half volley and pushed out firmly to Umar Akmal, the Pakistan Test and One-Day international player who
And
sends it back.
is he one of the wild cards or how?
He's the wild card.
Yeah.
He is the wild card. And here is Nicol Dutta to the left-hander now. Again, effortlessly and elegantly struck to Umar Akmal again. He's playing.
Oh, he's a
He's getting some fielding practice here. The score still nudging up. 1 for 81.
elegant batting right now by
Very
the
nice,
Grizzlies.
very nice.
They're well in control.
This one hit off the back foot, firmly into the covers. No chance of a run there. Nicol's bowling a lot better than he did the last couple of innings.
Playing a lot better too in terms of their batting.
Grizzlies are batting marvelously, absolutely top rate. They're keeping the ball on the ground at the right time and sending it out of the ground the other times. And this is it again, firmly hit on the ground all along. For the third time this over, it goes to Umar Akmal, and they walk across for a single. Talking about the lethargy in the field sometimes.
Yeah.
When the last over we saw 2 runs being taken off a ball that went
off a push, yeah.
5 to 7 meters from the batter. That is unacceptable. Ajay came in and he flung the ball in. The wicketkeeper Chad wasn't up there. And then they looked at each other and the batters decided, hey, let's take another single. These guys are busy having a staring match.
Exactly.
And so 2 runs went off. Then another dot ball to end that over.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Devam continues short outside the off stump, cut down to backward a point. Ajay Sharma picks it up, left-handed throw into the bowler. The Grizzlies, having been put into bat, 1 for 83 in the 10th over here. Devam in his 3rd over. This one's hit high in the end. That should be caught. No, right over his head. Oh, dear, dear, dear. That was a one-handed effort. Difficult but catchable. He could have had both hands on that, David.
Yes. Yeah.
It was a very sort of lazy, just raise your hand. I think, number one, he didn't expect the ball to come to him. He thought it was sailing way over his head.
Right.
And sort of
Yeah.
yawned his hand up.
A lethargic approach, perhaps?
Very, very lethargic. San Diego's fielding has let them down today, and I feel bad for Devam because he's bowled extremely well. He did get hit for a 6.
Right.
He got hit for 6 runs in another ball, which actually took him 3 balls to deliver,
Yes.
with a wide and a no ball, and included a brilliant return catch, which turned out to be Off
And-
Vane, right? It was turned out to be in Vane.
Yeah.
This one smacked on a very, very nice, down on one knee, hit to,
Were you good on
Deep.
that down on one knee shot there, Jimmy?
oh heck, no. One would hardly go down one knee there, David. In those days, I used to open the batting and we didn't have helmets, so
Yeah.
going down on one knee was like, no, not really happening.
You're seeing a lot more of it. I think Brian Lara was very good on this.
Oh,
sort
yeah.
of
Oh,
play.
there's so
Yeah.
many classic players.
Yeah.
Devam coming in now to the left-handed Kumar. Round the wicket. Oh, short outside the off stump. A swing flashes out.
Yeah, San Diego desperately need another wicket at the moment, just to slow the
Well,
pace
the way
of
things
scoring.
are going, I mean, it is Grizzlies all the way. They are in total command. Both the batters hitting very firmly, very confidently. And here's Devam for the last time. This one short outside the off stump. Literally
Chops that one
paddled
down.
down. Yeah, it was almost like a tennis shot to
Yeah.
the sweeper cover and a single. Much better over from Devam. Well, I think what you see up there is former New Zealand Test captain and one of the finest batters in New Zealand, Ross Taylor, chatting. I think Ross was here the last couple of days. He's one of the coaches for the Seattle Orcas in the Major League, and he's been taking a look at some of these players.
In the meantime, Kranthi on 10, Kranthi Kumar, and Rahul Jarawala on 31. So these two are also putting on
They're
a good
beginning to
partnership.
put a good plan together here. Tarun Adada, the only batter out so far, bowled by Devam for 43 of 21 balls, two
Yes.
fours and 5 sixes, a strike rate of 205. So change in bowling here from the pavilion end. Ajay Sharma, who plays for the United States in the senior World Cup, he's played some good games. And here's Ajay Sharma, left arm, flights this one, hit into the air, and JD's put it down. This is the third catch that's gone down for San Diego. Certainly a different San Diego on the field
They're
than
tired.
we've seen the last couple of days.
They're playing tired, I think.
They're playing very tired, very lethargic. Maybe it's the weather, maybe it's
Yeah.
simply the third day, and maybe it's simply a little bit of overconfidence here. But that's the third catch that's gone down. Ajay must be feeling miserable because it's his first ball, and it was to Kumar, who's been looking very, very dangerous, very elegant left-hander. So
He is.
a
Yeah.
catch goes down. San Diego still looking for that second wicket. 1 for 89.
And the Grizzlies retaining this left-right batting partnership.
And that's not good. No bowler wants to have the batters keep switching because it's very, very tough on your rhythm.
Exactly.
And San Diego really need a little shake-up right now, and they're probably looking to Ajay to bring them back. Krant Kumar now on 10. He's been let down. And here's Ajay. Short length pulled round the corner. There's no fielder out there, so it'll be just
Easy for.
an easy four. I mean, that's a gift. That was a gift.
It was
yeah.
a gift.
Yeah, I think his arm dropped, and he's probably wondering why he doesn't have anyone in that area at all.
Well, it's up to him, too, to
Yeah,
fill that
sure,
gap.
sure.
I mean, he's the
That
bowler.
he is the bowler. He is the bowler.
So
So
he knows what
the
his skills
run
are.
fest continues. Rahul Jariwal moves up to 35 now. He's got 4 fours and a 6. Pacing himself. This is one of the best batters in the team. I'm sure you'd agree with me,
Yes,
David.
absolutely.
The captain, and he's had some really, really good knocks in minor league. And here he is taking on Ajay Sharma, who should have had a wicket here, but instead he's none for 5. This one's outside the off stump, looking for a single.
Yeah, you're getting those little escapes that get
Yeah.
take the pressure off the Grizzlies. I mean, the catch on the boundary there, this one up
catch,
close with Reddy.
And then there was another one where there was a lethargic little, just raise your hand and the ball almost stuck
Yeah,
in it.
these things add up.
Ajay again. This
That
one is hit
got
hard
through the
to
gap.
wide mid-off, and A.B. Reddy, one of the best fielders in the league, actually, picks it up. 6 runs coming off these first 4 balls. Yeah, today it seems to be, at least in the field, a very different San Diego.
Yes.
Certainly not the one we've seen in the last couple of days. They were on their toes. The number of catches that were taken, some of them brilliant. This one's tossed up again. Kumar comes dancing down the wicket, pushes it from the bottom of his bat, doesn't get a firm hold at it, and hits it to A.B. Singh in the covers. Last ball of the over coming up.
Projected
Yes.
run rate down a little bit, down to 180 for the final
Quicker.
total.
Cut off the back foot, and it's going to the sweeper there. Devam fires it back. Good throw, hard, good arm. And that should end the over. A little disappointment there for Ajay.
Jimmy, I'm just
Well, I guess I have to take some credit for that because, you know, I live in Del Mar and we're really close to the beach. So I thought, no, I'm not, but our initial captain, Marty Kane, is a crazy surfer.
New Zealander, right?
New Zealander, Marty, and the captain that followed him, Greg Hay, who, by the way, was captaining the side that Ross Taylor played for. So,
okay. You tapped into the New Zealand vein then.
yes, we did. So anyway, change of bowling, or is that Devam? No, Devam continues. He's going to bowl himself out, I guess. Short ball, but it was a good bounce in it. Hit
Amble
off the
single.
back foot, and literally, I mean, I'm wondering why they wouldn't crawl instead of walk, because they took it so easy getting to the other side, the batters. Devam's now bowling to the right-handed Jariwal. The field switches over. Wicketkeeper Chad right up there. You've got a short third man, a point, a sweeper cover, a short cover, and a long off on the offside. Devam around the wicket to the right-handed Jariwal. This one again, he goes off his back foot, cuts very, very clearly,
An elegant shot there.
elegant, timed well, and gets a single to
Very
the
confident,
sweeper,
poised
the
shot.
sweeper, yeah. But these are runs for the taking. It's it's outside the off stump. It's short. The pitch is slow enough that you've got all the time in the world.
Absolutely.
Devam now to the left-handed Kumar. Oh, that was fast, quick outside the off stump, and very well taken by Chad, I must say. He stayed low, and Chad's been keeping wickets pretty well, except for the time that he and Ajay got into a staring match and
Yes.
let 2 runs disappear.
Nobody wanted to take responsibility
one
for
for
that ball.
98, almost there on 100 runs in the 12th over here. Devam again. Down the leg side, this one will be called a wide, but you got to give it to Chad. Beautifully taken. That was quick. It was moving down leg side. If Chad had not gotten it, it was 4 byes, which would have been 5
Exactly.
down the leg side.
So, a good piece of fielding there.
1 for 99, 100 about to come up, and only 1 down as Devam bowls the next one. Nicely changed in pace here. Ajay brings it back. Oh, here we go again. What is going on with San Diego?
Brings up the 100 at any rate.
Oh, my goodness me. 100 runs comes up, and over-enthusiastic Ajay picks up the ball, flings it underarm. Chad was not expecting it and lost him, so that gives you another bonus, if you want to call it. Brings up the 100, and Jariwal takes on young Dave. Quick one, hit hard, very well fielded by him on his return. That ball was smacked down the wicket, and Devam moving very quickly. And he's a tall lad to come down from that 6 foot plus,
Great reactions. He's got 1 for 34 so far in his bowling stint.
And so he'll be bowling out in the next couple of balls.
Correct, yes.
1 for 100. What a wonderful start by the Grizzlies.
Yeah, it's actually the best start of the tournament that I've
Absolutely
seen.
Well, Devam checks his run up and looks like he's going to bowl it again.
His economy rate 9.92 at the moment.
Well, they're still looking close to 200 if they can keep the wickets in hand.
Actually, they have been bringing it down a bit. 172.
And this
now.
is short and punished, but out to the sweeper out there. A single is all they'll get, but that's the end of Devam's 4 overs. The only wicket so far, the young man has taken the first and only wicket.
So, yeah, on the 13th. Bowled out at, with his 1 for 37, and this should be IJ Sharma. Currently, he's just got 7 off his first over.
And the first ball of the 13th over by Ajay Sharma has Jariwal hitting firm, crisp all along the ground to long on, where Omar Akmal picks up and lazy throw back. Steady and very, very elegant batting as Ajay Sharma this one. Slow, he comes down the wicket. This was very, very smart bowling. He saw the batter coming down. One of those Bishan Beatty type. He pulls it back. Totally outfoxes the batter. Luckily for him, he got it on his pads because otherwise he was going to be way out of his crease.
Jimmy, there's a bit of a transition going on in the game. They brought the scoring rate down from 200 projected down to 168. So these spinners are actually slowing the pace of scoring.
And the next ball hit firmly, but straight to the cover. Ajay bowls very, very smart here.
Yeah.
He's a veteran. He knows he's played all around the world. He played in the senior internationals against Pakistan. The USA did so well.
Oh, that was a good one to be in. That was a historic
batted down,
game.
and here's JD's moving in from mid-wicket. A much better over, and you can see Kumar much more circumspect because he sees the bowler thinking.
Yes.
You see, that's the thing about it. If you know that the bowler's thinking and not just going through the routine,
yeah.
You're always watchful.
Right.
Quicker one there, beautifully struck, but only a single down to A.B. Reddy at long on for a.
And these are all singles.
Ball,
before this, we're having sixes all over the place.
This has been a very good over. This is only 2 runs off the 5 balls. And,
7 off the previous.
You need a couple of these to bring it back. And of course, you've got to really feel for Ajay because the very first ball he bowled,
yes.
A relatively simple catch was put down. Oh, this one's short and slow. It was a ball coming in with the arm, and a very, very, very good over from Ajay. Very good over.
This is the best over of
I think this is the best, absolutely
team.
the best, and
Yeah.
you can clearly see the class of this veteran left-arm spinner.
Yeah. So we've got a bowling change here, Jimmy. Tell us about Nikhil. Do you know anything about him?
Well, as I said earlier, Nikhil comes from Canada, and he's been one of the, I think, the only, he and Devam, I believe, and I could be wrong, he and Devam are the only 2 who have been part of the San Diego active team, San Diego Surf Riders, since inception.
Oh. When was inception, by the way?
Well, it was technically 2020, but it was called off because of COVID, and then 2021 was the first official season.
Oh, okay.
So we're in our 4th year now.
4th year.
Nikhil Datta from the far end to the left-handed Kumar. It's dab to short third man. Here comes another close one. single. As this time, fortunately, you don't have that mess up, and a little dab gets a single, but no overthrow. So San Diego may be thrilled that they didn't concede an overthrow.
San Diego are beginning to hold this game back, and this is what they did in the last game when they played the Grizzlies.
Well, they're certainly going to have to pull it down to about 160, 170.
Yep.
Although we should be looking at about 180 to 190 if we've got the lumber batters in the shed as they currently do, the Grizzlies.
After the projected run rate now is 158 at 20 overs, so you're looking good.
Yeah, I guess this is based on the average here, David, but, with so many wickets in hand, you can have a couple of 15, 16 run overs. And here's this one hit straight over the bowler's head.
We were talking.
And a single,
fielded.
good bit of fielding, finally, if I could say that, on the boundary line by Abhi Singh.
Nikhil Dutt bowling quite tidily. It's his third over and he's 11 runs off his, so he's got an economy rate of 5.8.
Much better. I think a little conversation that Ajay Sharma had with him yesterday about, focus and thinking. And here's Nikhil now to the left-handed Kumar. Another very good ball, pushed forward for a single. And I think what the spinners have been able to do, David, is they've tightened it up, and what we're seeing is a lot of singles, but no longer those 2 sixes and 2 balls and a 6 and a 4, and that really can throw the entire run rate
they
off.
put the clampers on, and they're not scoring more than 6 and over at the moment, which is exactly where you need to be, and probably lower.
This is a stage in the game when you've really got to clamp down, or you're going to lose it. There's one high in the air, and this one is out of the ground. Beautiful shot.
That's the first boundary in some time.
Jariwal, what an absolutely amazing shot. It didn't look like he had power in it, but the sheer timing took it way over the trees into the wilderness out there. It has been retrieved, thank goodness me. And Nikhil should take a little breath here, because he tends to get very worried when he gets hit. In fact, that's, I think,
your man.
The type of conversation that they had, which is he was not bowling to his potential because he was always worried about getting hit. So I hope he can pull it back. Here we go. And this one is very nicely put, very nicely played, and also 2 quick runs. This is good cricket from the Grizzlies. The field on the leg side was very well spread out. You just hit a previous ball for 6. Your adrenaline is pumping. Even though you hit the next one on the ground, you could have hit it very hard and got a single.
Absolutely.
But Jariwal showing his class here, a delicate push, soft hands, and he was able to get 2. Here's Datta again. This one hit firmly off the back foot. Nikhil fields on his follow through. Kumar turns around, diving back into his crease. End of another over. I wouldn't say it was bad. I mean, he did give away 6 runs.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Chilly day, San Diego. I mean, Southern Cal level in September.
And there's some pulver wildlife. As you can see, we're surrounded by greenery. A lot of all these trees planted by cricketers, by the way.
Oh, wonderful. And Ajay Sharma would be flighted. This one's hit high in the air and way over the side screen. That is a perfect shot. Brilliant shot from Kumar.
So after putting the for 2 overs, the Grizzlies are fighting out of the box.
Oh, they certainly are.
Coming out from hibernation.
What a fantastic shot that was. High, straight over the bowler's head, over the side screen, literally straight as you could get. And the cameraman had to do some ducking and weaving there. That's okay. Ajay is a veteran. He knows how to pull it back. 23 runs to Kumar. This is his first boundary, matter of fact.
Off him, yes.
He's been playing a lot of balls on the ground, getting his singles.
First major boundary off Ajay Sharma, too.
And here he goes. Quicker one. He's down the wicket, hitting it down to mid-wicket. There will be a single in there.
Rahul Jaliwala on 48 now.
Yeah,
so-
he's looking for another 50.
yeah.
He had a beautiful 90-some runs in the first match.
He's had a good minor league series.
One
this
for
year.
121 now as Ajay bowls to Jariwala, who comes down the wicket, checked again. Ajay seems to have this wonderful ability to pull the ball back when he sees the batter coming down the wicket, and then they just have to push at it, because if they miss it, they're stumped.
Yes, he does adjust his length very effectively.
San Diego
Confident
bowlers
bowler.
have taken quite a stick. J.D. Reddy, 2 overs for 29. The next one is short and
Straight to the
cracked
fielder.
to the fielder, who racks him on his knee, I think, and off he runs to the boundary. But a single nonetheless. 123 now. Just one person back, bowled by Devam. Tarun Adara for 43 of 21 balls. 2 4s and 5 6s. What a start that was.
Projected run rate of 168, 121 for 1 in 14.2 overs.
And here you are, a possible run-out chance. Nope.
I love those flashing
had-
stumps. Jimmy.
Yeah, it did flash, but boy, what a dive.
Looks like he's been
that
arrested
could have
by
been
the
an
police.
Olympic diving champ there. Wow.
But he dived right. He had his bat in front of him.
He had his bat
on
in
the
front
ground.
of him, and he took off at the right time. But that ball was short. It was slow.
Yep.
And Jariwala went around, literally walked across to the offside and tried to hoik it over. Fine leg. Just went one bounce to Gayan Fernando, who threw the ball really quick back to Chad, who ripped off the bails. But that dive saved him, that's for sure.
Good reaction. Good reactions.
1 for 124. We're almost at the end of the 15th over as Ajay Sharma goes and bowls. Quicker one this time. Smacked high in the air, and that should be taken. It is. Beautifully taken there by Umar Akmal. So calm, so effortless. And I must say, a very, very well-deserved win and a wicket for Ajay Sharma.
Absolutely. He's bowled
The
the
veteran
best.
left armer has been bowling out of his skin today. His variation has been superb.
Right.
He's been able to pull the ball back, and this is a pair that has been batting extremely well. A very well made 25 by Kranti Kumar. 1-6 in it, looking for his second, was caught on the boundary.
I'll be joining you on the break.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
In.
San Diego finally breaking through a partnership that was beginning to look really awesome. 123, 124 now, second batter out, and both have fallen to spinners. Nikhil Datta will continue the spin attack from the far end. Nikhil's bowled pretty well today. 3 overs, none for 21. He bowled himself out. Jaideep Reddy, 2 overs, none for 29. Gayan Fernando, 2 overs for only 3 runs. Bowled brilliantly, and he's being held back for the death overs. Ravindu, 1 over for 14, as the first ball there. Short hit, hard, firm to deep mid-off for a single. Jariwala edging him. That's his 50. A very well compiled 50 by Jariwala. And that brings on Mohit Natraj.
Yeah, Mohit Natraj, 42 matches, 497 runs, 5 wickets, so he's a bit of an all-rounder, and has always played with the Golden State Grizzlies.
Here's
So
Nikhil bowling. Oh, this one's
experience.
edged down towards third man, the single there, Umar Akmal, who took a very well judged catch, very easily picked up on the long off boundary. That was a left-hander there. 2 for 125, the Grizzlies, slowing down a little bit. They were on a roll, actually.
Your spinners have done the job here, and I think
And here's Nickel.
put the game back in
short.
reach.
That one should be and is punished, or could it be out? It's gone. That is absolute misery if you're a batter here.
Yes.
Short. The ball just sat up there. Could have been hit anywhere in the ground.
Right.
And found the fielder, A.B. Reddy, who does not drop a catch.
Yeah, that's a beautiful catch, and both of those catches are out on 6 balls.
Is that it? Yep.
Both could have been sixes.
Yeah, both could have been sixes. This was a
Both on the
a
boundary.
gimme, because I'm sure Nickel will be thrilled to get a wicket on a ball that he would have covered his eyes
Yes.
in shame, because it was like, oopsie, that one didn't go through.
Occasionally
So,
you get some luck, you know?
Yeah, well, sometimes that's the game of cricket. You know,
Yes.
you need that bit of luck. So anyway, San Diego pulling back 2 wickets in the last 2 overs, and in fact 2 wickets in the last 4 or 5 balls.
No,
So
they're
it's-
really beginning to come back into the game now with the
And
projectors.
this is something
run rate.
the Grizzlies are going to have to.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's up to them to try and pick up the score, and they got the wickets still to do it.
They do.
And
So here we are, staring at about 170 perhaps.
at the moment,
Saying hi
yeah,
to Russ Taylor walking behind me. Hi, Russ.
Yeah.
Doing good, mate. Doing good.
He's a good player, that guy.
Yeah, he sure was. So San Diego, again, as I said, trying to... by the way, that was Rahul Jariwal who was out.
Yes.
So, after
was
such a
51.
fantastic 50 to get out on a rank bad ball, down short and, could have hit anywhere, as I said.
He'd
So
done the
Nickel,
damage, though.
Nickel does deserve it, though. He's bowled remarkably well. 1 for 23 off 3.3 overs.
An economy rate of 6.57, so
Not too bad, given
Not-
the
not bad at all.
punishment that some of the other bowlers have gotten.
he brought the pressure down, and of course Sharma's done a very good job
I
as
think
well.
the Grizzlies are doing sort of what they did in the first game. They're sort of giving the game back to San Diego.
Exactly.
The first ball here from Rohit to Sahil Garg. Sahil's a very, very good player. Excellent player in his first one. Does the right thing. He pushes it out to short cover, gets a single, gets to the other end, gets a chance to take a look at the bowling and the pitch.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, David, I think today batters walk out there and want to hit the first ball for 6.
Well, you're quite confident.
Oh, this is
about
short. This could be hit anywhere, and it is. And will this be out of the ground? It's 4 runs.
4 runs, yeah.
It's 4 runs. But that was hit firm, very, very firm.
A lovely hook shot.
And it's an important time of the game for the Grizzlies, because they were absolutely in command. I'm not saying they're not right now. They're still looking good. But this is the time when you want to be accelerating at 10, 12 runs. You want a 16-run over at this stage.
Absolutely.
So you have to be able to get boundaries. Okay, those singles are
Yeah.
good. 1 or 2 singles in an over, fine. But you've got to get 2 boundaries in an over at this stage. So that's what they're going to be looking at as the score creeps up to 3 for 127. This one's a reverse
lovely
swept.
shot.
Beautiful shot. That was reverse swept and swept so well for 4.
The timing is immaculate
So
on
that's
that.
a great comeback here. 2 4s and it's action again. So as I was saying, David, this is a time when you really got to consolidate.
And they back-to-back 4s. Yeah, that's a good way to do it.
It looks like Ajay Sharma is going to be bowling himself out here. Bowled beautifully, as we've said earlier.
Well, we've seen the spinners hold the Grizzlies back a little bit. Do you have any other good successive spinners? Because these guys are just about bowled out.
Well, matter of fact, there are a couple more, and they haven't been brought in. Well, Ravindu did bowl 1 over, but A.B. Singh hasn't bowled at all.
So you got
And
some reserves.
he bowled the death over last time. He took 2 wickets in the last over.
Okay, so the
And
captain's
if I
kept them
may
back.
say so, with 2 ranked bad balls. But he got
That's all right.
Yep. And so
does
here's
the damage,
Ajay.
that's what you want.
Here's Ajay Sharma now.
This is his last
and
over.
he's bowling to he's bowling to Suhail Garg. Leans forward, hits on the ground, and that's what happens when you've got that beautiful arc. It looks like you can hit it for 6, and then you realize the ball's dipping on you. So you push forward, gets a single to the sweeper out there, and the score nudges up to 3 for 136.
Mohit Naraj on 9 at the moment, and Sahil Garg on 1. Sahil is actually, I think, an academy product out of Northern California. I was just chatting with Hemant Bush earlier, and he's a young
there's
man.
a catch here, possibly. It's taken. Full toss down the leg side, top edge, looking to hit that over square leg. Takes the top edge and flies straight to Gayan Fernando. So San Diego pick up another one, 4 for 136. The Grizzlies, I wouldn't say falling apart, but certainly not capitalizing on that start they had.
They had the top 4 or 5 batsmen, very, very tough and experienced,
We'll
and
take
then the
a quick
younger
look
ones.
at the scorecard here. Rahul Jariwala played an absolutely spectacular captain's inning, was caught there by AB of Nikhil Datta for 51, 44 balls, 4 fours and 2 sixes. Tarun Adada, clearly the pick of the litter today, bowled by Devam Srivastava, 43 runs, 21 balls, 5 sixes and 2 fours. Strike rate of 205. That was brilliant. Kranti Kumar was caught by Umar Akmal, also on the boundary of Ajay Sharma for 25 of 28 balls. He had 1 6 in that. And Mohit Natraj, the batter, just out now, caught by Gayan Fernando of Ajay Sharma for 9 of 4 balls. And Sahil Garg is at the wicket on 2. The 6 extras so far, 16 overs, 4 for 136.
AJ Sharma has done an excellent bowling session here with 2 wickets for 20 runs, showing his class. Economy rate of 6.0, but 2 invaluable wickets as the surf riders get the breakthrough, frankly. And Nikhil bowled out with 1 for 32, so it gives you an idea of the contrast between those 2 bowlers.
So it looks like Sukhwan Sekhan has come in here. I would have thought they would have sent in Adnesh Tondale. Adnesh really closed out a game beautifully, but maybe they're keeping him for a couple more overs. First ball here. This one is outside the off stump. Ajay Sharma is bowling spectacularly today. Slow, beautiful arch outside the off stump. The batter trying to sweep it out to the leg side. Totally misses it. I like those colorful pads of his.
Yes, it makes it very distinctive, easy to call.
Here he is now taking on the veteran Ajay. Quick one. Outside the off stump. Chipped and chopped. Chance of a run out there. Nope. I don't think that's going to be out.
The lethargy of the surf riders seems to have lost them. The waves have
Well, this one was pretty fast, David.
Breaking
It was a
higher.
very quick pick up and throw. Get the approval from the umpire. But it's hard for us to judge here. We're at wide mid-off, and to call a run out here would be quite ambitious. But a run nevertheless. The point now is you've got 2 new batters, and between the 2 of them, they batted 4 balls. So I'd say San Diego does have an opportunity to pull things back, because this is the stage when you're looking for 15, 16 run overs. And when you have 2 new batters, it's quite a tall ask. It's not impossible. It's a tall ask. Well, here's Ajay. Oh, this is flighted. Down the wicket he goes. Straight to point for a smart fielding there, Skanda. I just cannot help it, David, being a spinner myself, to watch someone with this beautiful control of line and length. Short ball. This one is hit to deep mid-wicket. There will be a single, maybe looking for 2. Nope, they're not going to get there. Devam with a very good arm. Good follow-up here by A.B. Singh. A single nonetheless, and a very, very good spell comes to an end. Ajay Sharma.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
So Sequant Sani has played for the Southern Cal Lashings and also with the Grizzlies now, of course. 12 matches, 139 runs, 11 wickets, so an all-rounder. but based on the runs, probably not a quick scorer. So he's had an average of 17.38.
And a
of
change of
103
bowling,
balls.
as we would have expected. San Diego's most economical bowlers so far, not necessarily taking most wickets, but Guyan Fernando back, 2 overs, none for 3, and he'll bowl the 19th, the 18th, and the 20th over for sure. So let's take a look at what he has for Sahil Garg.
As you pointed out earlier, he's one of the most effective fast bowlers in the whole minor league.
He was the highest wicket taker in the 2023 season. And today, again, he hasn't taken a wicket, but he certainly kept them in check. And here he is, Guyan Fernando from Sri Lanka. Nice, effortless run-up. The first one is a Yorker right into the block hole. And Sahil does well to dig it out. Short third man, point, cover, a sweeper cover, a short cover, deep mid-off. A wide, long on, deep mid wicket, and deep backward square leg.
Score 138 for 4.
Guyan Fernando. This one's down leg side, should be called a wide. It is. Tried to york him again. It was full length down leg side. Chad does well to move to his left. You're going to have to bowl that one again. And the score nudges up 1. This is the time of the game when, with 18, 17 balls to go, you cannot bowl wides. You cannot bowl no balls. You've got to keep it tight. And it's where the bowler has to think. Right. And the batter, on the other hand, has to be balanced. You cannot go swinging wildly because you've got 17 balls to go. And this one is flicked beautifully in the air, down to fine leg. A nice stop there by Jan Skanda. That was good. He put his body behind it.
Dived behind it. Stop.
That ball was heading to the boundary. It could have been a bad bounce and it's over your hand, but Skanda put his whole body behind it. Excellent fielding. 140 now.
Yep.
141. Nudging along. They've been looking at least for about 20 runs at this stage.
Minimum. No, your spinners put you back in this game.
Minimum
no question
20
about
runs, but David, if they did get 20 runs, it would be 15 less than they did on Friday. So.
And has kept the extras, which in the first game
much better, hasn't it?
Much,
yes.
much
Guyan
improved.
again. That is an absolute smacker.
Yeah.
What an absolutely fantastic shot. That was not a bad ball. It was on a good length, a little slower. He picked it up, and what an absolutely beautiful shot using the wrist over deep mid wicket for 6. That is absolutely spectacular. Take a bow, Sal. What a wonderful shot. 4 for 147. Really trying to push this score along and try to nudge up to about 170 if possible. It's a tall order. Not impossible. Not impossible. 9 balls to go. You get up 20 runs at this stage. Guyan again. Oh, this was another beautiful Yorker right in the block hole. Right in the block hole. And it's a good comeback by Guyan. Again, special thanks to Yash Technologies, Amul, WealthPack Management, MCP Computers, Sysintelli, Metroflex, Brian Diaz, LPL, and Ankelsaria Solutions. Appreciate your sponsorship. Much appreciated. Keeps this game going, allows us to bring the level of talent that we are currently seeing on display right here at Woodley Park. Guyan from the far end. And this one is smacked. It looks like he broke his bat, but it looks like he will get... Oh, wonderful fielding right on the boundary line there. Or did it go for 4? Well, it's actually kicked over the boundary, but a good attempt nonetheless by Aby. 4 runs. And that's putting a lot more pressure now. 11 runs coming off this over. A 6 of 4 and a wide. And so these are valuable runs. You're looking at 15, 16 if you really want to get the score up there. Guyan... doing a little damage to his otherwise fantastic bowling record. Coming in for the 5th ball of this over. He's got none for 12, but he began at none for 3. Here he is again. Oh, this one is beautifully hit. Oh, what a lovely shot. Into the trees. Into the trees. That is spectacular cricket. Spectacular cricket. Effortless. Stayed his ground. Sile is absolutely on fire here. That was spectacular. Just leaned into it. David, that was a spectacular shot. The 2 sixes he's hit today are absolutely remarkable.
Yes, that was lovely to watch.
And he's 21 off just 10 balls.
That's remarkable. So this is the fight back that the Grizzlies needed to
As
show.
I said, David, they were looking at they should be looking at 170 plus. At 141 at the beginning of this over, it was pretty difficult. It's not the end of the over. What is?
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
You need these 16, 17 run overs, not the 7s and 8s and 10s.
Exactly. It's pushed the projected run rate up to 174, but which is what you were able to beat in the last game. So it's going to make it an interesting
but
game.
You know, when they were 138 just a couple of overs ago, you wouldn't be looking at this.
Exactly. So now it makes the game much more evenly poised than the golden.
So we got a change in the bowling, and the 19th over now going to be bowled by Abhi Singh.
Oh, you told us about him earlier.
Yeah,
You said
and he bowled the 20th over last time. He's a leg spinner, a quick leg spinner. And is this? No, it's not Abhi. It is actually Ravindu.
Oh, Ravindi.
Ravindu is going to be bowling this one. Abhi bowled the last over, and he got hit for 2 sixes, and then he had 2 rank bad balls that got wickets. So not only did he get the
case,
2
right?
wickets
Yeah.
To close out the innings, but he also landed up, getting 2 dot balls. So Ravindu is going to bowl. It's interesting to bowl a leg spinner on the 19th over.
It's a pretty daring move on the part of the captain.
Especially when you've got someone like Sahil, just
Who
really
can really hit
smacking
that
the
ball
around.
Yeah.
So we'll take a look and see what happens.
It's always fun to see how captain strategy works out, isn't it?
Taking
in
the
actual
strike here.
practice.
The first one,
We got that one.
smacked on the ground, and that should be. Oh,
And is that a misfield?
no, it's not over the
Inside.
boundary. He did put his did put his whole body
Paid the
behind
whole
it.
yeah, and it paid off.
Yep. There's 2 runs coming off it. So here we are, 12 balls or 11 balls to go now. 159, is it?
Beautifully struck. He's a very tall man and very
They're
fluent.
definitely looking to go beyond, they say 175. Oh, this one
one's
is high.
high.
Should be
Catchable.
taken.
Catchable. Yes.
And AB does not drop. AB is, as I said, David, the last
That's his
time.
second catch today. Right?
That's his second catch. This is probably his 5th or 6th already in the third match. And he, as I said last time, David, was the one with the most number of catches last year. So
okay.
he's
Your best
very,
bowler, in
very
other
safe.
words.
Very, very safe.
Your
And
safest hands.
of course, this was a pretty straightforward catch, but the wind's up there, and and he called it. I heard him calling it very early because that's one of the things when the ball goes high in the air, 3 fielders think they can get it.
I really
So-
enjoy watching this minor league cricket because no team really gets on top of the other. All the matches have been very
Well,
even.
this has swung. I mean, let's be honest.
It's had a
The
swing.
first 11 overs was 100% the Grizzlies.
And then you see
And
the
then San
Surf
Diego
Riders
pulled
bring
it back thanks to their spinners. And I would say the lead spinner there was Ajay Sharma.
Yes,
Absolutely
I'd agree.
spectacular. Devam bowled his heart out. Nickel bowled very, very well. So between the three spinners, they were able to get through their 12 overs. And Devam had 4 overs, 1 for 37. Nickel, 4 overs, 1 for 32. And Ajay, 4 overs, 2 for 22. Spectacular bowling.
And Ravinda Gunasakara got the wicket just now.
Well, he just took this wicket. Now, of course, he went for plenty. He went for 14 in his first over. So he's,
He's happy with that. That'll help
well,
him
I
back
guess, he should be happy. And at the crease now is a former surf rider and another youth player who played the first 3 years for Surf Riders. Unfortunately, this year he's not a youth player anymore and was not able to get fit into the team. We would love to have him. Adnesh is not only, again, just like Devam, young, very talented, and extremely brilliant scholastically.
Oh, really?
So here he is taking on the first ball. outside the off stump, flashes at it. Very quick leg spin from Ravindu. He seems to be getting a better length yesterday and this morning. The first over was quite horrendous.
Yes, yeah, but his
But
second over is a lot better.
He's
so
got a
far.
rhythm. He's got to make sure he doesn't push it too fast, because then you tend to lose. Oh, there you go again. Outside the off stump. Beautifully taken by Chad. Quick outside the off stump.
Grizzlies are 159 for 5 now. Eight
Yep.
and a half overs.
You've got 9 balls to go, and that still could give them about 20 more runs. So you never know. You never know.
Run rate 174.
Here we go again. This one smacked to the mid-off region, a single, an effortless one. That's not too bad, because now you've got a wicket, you've got 3 dot balls, so
Right.
this has been a reasonably good over there.
Adnesh Tundale is a very good fast bowler, and he's
Adnesh is wonderful. He's
Yeah.
a wonderful all-rounder. In fact, yesterday, I'll be honest, he won the game there, even though, he probably just came in for the last few balls.
did.
This one is hit hard and high and over,
And 6.
and 6.
And
Boy, Sahil's innings, I'd say, if the Grizzlies come through with this match, you're going to have to give it to Sahil, because they were looking at about 150, 155.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now you're looking possibly 180.
yeah, we got
So a good over, though, except for that 6, Ravindu. Well, it's going to be Gayan Fernanda bowling the last over to Adnesh Tundale. As a good rear end here, 5 for 166. The first ball smacked into the offside. They'll get an easy single, which is probably what they want.
Yeah, as we said earlier, Sahil Garg is out of the academies. Hemant Bush's academy, I believe, at California Cricket Academy in the Bay Area. 4 matches, 64 runs so far.
Well, he's certainly batting much better than a person who's played 4 matches. He's hit 3 sixes already. He's batting at 245. And here he is taking on Gayan. And he smacks it again hard. This one will get single, though, which brings Adnesh on strike. And I think San Diego would prefer to have Adnesh. Not that Adnesh is not capable, but certainly isn't batting at 245. The score edging closer and closer to the previous 176 that they got on Friday. 4 balls to go. 5 for 167. The last 2 overs, very expensive from San Diego. As he comes in. This one is short. Hit high in
Catchable.
the air. That should be caught. There's no one in there, though.
It's going to fall between the fielders.
And totally missed. Totally missed. Not even close. That ball went straight through the hands. And they landed up with 3 runs to that, did they? Wow.
I was so intent on watching the.
Yeah.
I missed the
And I
running
think
between
that
the
is.
wickets.
Now, one of the things, of course, I shouldn't do this, but when sometimes a fielder drops a catch, it's either limping off or they're wringing their hands like, look, the catch went down.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
Human nature.
Oh, now this is clean striking. To mid-wicket,
Stop
there's a
on the wicket,
stop,
on the boundary
down for
though.
a single,
Yeah.
and gone. Adnesh sacrificing his wicket, but I would say that was for the cause, because Sahil's been in outstanding form, and he wanted to get Sahil back. Run out at the far end, young
Selfless play
Adnesh.
by Tundale.
Absolutely.
An intelligent play. You say he's a brilliant scholar.
He
what?
is. And he went for that second run, knowing that there was very little chance of him getting to the other end. A good throw, though. You must give credit for that. It was a good throw. And at this stage, getting that one, it was going to be one anyway.
Right.
So, so getting that one run and then being able to get his batter, who's in such good form, back on strike, I think could produce another 4 or 5 more runs. And that would be what I'd say credit to Adnesh. Any run that you get from now would be credited to Adnesh because he sacrificed his wicket. There's 2 balls to go, and he knows that Sahil is in unbelievable form right now. 29 of 13 balls.
Penultimate ball coming up. Lovely hook shot there.
This is one has been taken round. JD could and should be able to stop it. Okay, so that was again good running. Good running. They got 3 out of that one. So I've rarely seen 3 runs being taken on this wicket.
No, this
here.
is just his last
and then,
last
of
over.
course, the question now would always be, with that last ball, should it have been 2 and, Sahil continues to strike, or you've now got Sohan Butt and he's playing his first ball.
Yes.
So, but I think at this stage he's going to go all, swinging for the fences, and we'll see where it takes us.
Sahil Garg having
here we are, literally at the same score as we were on Friday, 6 for 175. Gayan will bowl the last ball.
Sahil Garg on
None for
28.
31, and here he is now bowling to Butt. Smacked hard and high and probably get a single. They'll go for 2. I'm sure they'll go for 2. They have nothing to lose. And, of course, it's taken off. So a single, and guess what? We've got the exact same score.
Amazing.
Right?
Duplicate.
7 for 176. Good, I would say it was up and down. The first 11 overs,
they
absolutely in Grizzlies'
all Grizzlies,
pocket.
yeah.
They were 1 for 114. And then, of course, a good comeback by the San Diego Spinners. In the 17th over, we were around 140, looking at perhaps maybe a 160 maybe. And here we are at 175, and that is absolutely because of Sahil Garg. A fantastic innings, ultimately run out for 29 of just 13 balls, 1-4, 3 magnificent sixes, absolutely fantastic sixes. So let's go to the scorecard for those who may have tuned in late. San Diego won the toss. Put the Grizzlies into bat on a very, very overcast, cloudy, almost English weather type, 65 degrees, unheard of at September.
Yes.
And so here we go. The first wicket to fall was of Tarun Adada, bowled by Devam for 21 balls, 2 4s and 5 glorious sixes, batting at 205. Kranti Kumar was caught by Umar Akmal on the boundary of Ajay Sharma for 25 and 28 balls, had 1 6 in that. Rahul Jariwal caught by Abi Reddy for 51, bowled by Nikhil Datta, 44 balls, 4 4s, 2 6s, and then a little bit of a slump. Mohit Natraj caught by Gayan, bowled by Ajay Sharma for 9. Sukhwan Sekon caught Vanipali, bowled Ravindu for 3. And then Adnesh ran himself out in order to get Sahil Garg back on strike. He was out for 5 or 5 balls. And Sohan Butt played 1 ball, got 3 of those runs, and remained not out in 3. Surprisingly, and I'm sure pleasantly surprisingly for San Diego, from the 26 extras, David, they had 7 today.
Yes, that's a big improvement there.
That's a
Jimmy,
fantastic improvement. And of course, one of them was a no ball that ended up being a cotton ball that unfortunately Devam couldn't claim as a wicket.
Right.
In terms of the bowling, J.D. Reddy, the captain, 2 overs, none for 29. Gayan Fernando, 4 overs, none for 30. Ravinder Gunasekara, 2 overs, 1 for 23. Devam Srivastava, 4 overs, 1 for 37. Nikhil Datta, 4 overs, 1 for 32. And the pick of all, Ajay Sharma, 4 overs, 2 for 22. So the wickets fell, 1 for 56, 2 for 124, and that was in the 15th, 14th over.
Excellent partnership.
3 for 126, 4 for 136. That was 3 wickets going, 12 runs, and that put a little pressure. But then the next wicket fell at 5 for 159, 6 for 171, and the 7th wicket was off the last ball. So I think it's overall a very balanced match.
Yes.
We should be looking at some, entertaining cricket from San Diego. They have a good batting lineup.
They're going to have to
but,
average 10 and over to overhaul, which they've already done.
We're looking at just under 9. It is gettable. This is a small field.
Yeah.
The sun is beginning to peek out, so hopefully the wicket is dried up a little bit.
Yep.
And the overcast conditions, which allow a little bit of swing in the air, may not be there. We will have to take it a ball at a time.
Yeah.
So, David, I'll look forward to continuing the back end of this when we come back.
Sounds good.
JD again. This one swung way over the head of fine leg, and that'll be 4. The first 4 comes up in the first. So you can imagine that. This one's hit into the air, and it should be going for 4. Yes, a beautiful shot. He got his.
So they.
Here we are. And this one's put into the air, but no fielder. It goes out to the sweeper cover, and it's 6 runs and over now. This one is hit high in the air, and it should be out of the ground. It is. It is out of the ground over the tenths of the plate. This one is hooked high in the air, and that is also going to be out of the ground, is it? Another one. Down the skipper. This one is short and in the air, just short of the fielder there. They're considered as domestic players. Ravinder going in first ball, short, and it is smacked away over deep square leg, and that should be a big one. 6 runs. Rank bad, and that's what happens when you have a leg spinner. They tend to bowl down. Here he goes.
Well, the
this
right
one's tossed again and smacked again. This should be another 6 out of the ground. He's got protection on the leg side as this one's flighted up and it's hit high in the air, and that should be out of the ground again. Boy, Tadada's on fire. This must be his 5th 6. Brilliant. Picked up from him just middle and off.
Concerned about the aggression on the ball at the moment, huh?
Bowled him. That is Devam's first wicket, and boy, look at that
He's
youthful
happy.
exuberance.
He's very happy.
Yeah, it was anxiety into the bowlers and the fielders. This one's tossed up, hit. Oh, boy, that was a tough catch. Put down there, and a chance of a second run for an over. He goes around the wicket. Beautifully taken.
Oh, and brilliantly caught.
And he's bowled a no ball.
Oh,
He
I wonder why he
cannot
wasn't
believe
looking.
that. He cannot believe that. Bowling to Jariwala, who comes out, hits it high in the air, and that is probably out of the ground now. 4, I think. It's a 4 bounced just in front of the boundary. So that's 6 runs off this ball. Here he is again. Flighted, hit high, hit out, off the ground.
And
Them. So here's a good ball pushed forward to by Kumar. And a very,
Careless
very
fielding.
easy run. Look at this. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous to see 2 runs.
On a push.
Gave him in his 3rd over. This one's hit high in the end. That should be caught. No, right over his head. Oh, dear, dear, dear. That was a one-handed. And here's Ajay. Short length pulled around the corner. There's no fielder out there, so it'll be just a
easy for.
as Devan bowls the next one. Nicely changed in pace here. Ajay brings it back. Oh, here we go again. What is going on with San Diego?
Brings up the 100 at any rate.
Oh, my goodness me. 100 runs comes up. Really got to clamp down or you're going to lose it. There's one high in the air, and
Catchable.
this one is out of the ground. Beautiful shot. Oh, wonderful. And Ajay Sharma would be flighted. This one's hit high in the air and way over the side screen. That is a perfect shot.
For 2 overs, the Grizzlies are fighting out of the box.
Oh, they certainly are.
Coming out from hibernation.
What a fantastic shot that was. High 6s. What a start that was.
Projected run rate of 168, 121 for 1 in 14.2 overs.
And here you are, a possible run-out chance. No, Ajay Sharma goes and bowls. Quicker one this time. Smacked high in the air, and that should be taken. It is.
Put the game back in
short.
reach.
That one should be and is punished. Or could it be out? It's gone. That is absolute misery if you're a batter here.
Yes. Well, you're quite confident.
Oh, this is
about
short. This could be hit anywhere, and it is. And will this be out of the ground? It's 4 runs.
4 runs, yeah.
It's 4 runs. But that was hit.
Bush earlier. And So is a
Oh,
young
there's
man.
a catch here, possibly. It's taken. Full toss. The veteran Ajay. Quick one. Outside the off stump. Chipped and chopped. And chance of a run out there. Nope. I don't think 17 balls to go. And this one is flicked beautifully in the air.
Finds
down
it.
to
Oh,
fine leg.
straight to the
Nice
fielder.
stop there by young
much
Guyan
improved.
again.
Oh,
That
he
is
picks
an
that one.
absolute smacker.
Yeah.
What an absolutely fantastic shot. And this one is smacked. It looks like he broke his bat, but it looks like he will get... Oh, wonderful fielding right on the boundary line there. Or did it go for 4? Well, it's actually... Here he is again. Oh, this one is beautifully hit. Oh, what a lovely shot. Into the trees. Into the tree. Well, they say 175. Oh, this one
one's
is high.
high.
Should be
Catchable.
taken.
Catchable. Yes.
And AB does not drop. He just came in for the last few balls.
It did.
This one is hit hard and high and over.
And 6.
And 6 from San Diego as he comes in. This one is short, hit high in
Catchable.
the air. That should be caught. There's no one in there, though.
It's going to fall between the fielders.
And totally missed. Totally missed. Not even close. That ball went straight through the hands.
Human nature.
Oh, now this is clean striking. To mid-wicket,
Stop
there's a
on the wicket,
stop
on the boundary
down for
though.
a single
Yeah.
and gone. Adney sacrificing. Here he is now, bowling to Butt. Smacked hard and high and probably get a single. They'll go for 2. I'm sure they'll go for 2. They have nothing to lose. And, of course, it's taken off. So a single.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
You're watching the 2024 Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Yash Technologies.
Well, here we are again to continue the second half of this minor league match between the San Diego Surf Riders and the Grizzlies, Golden State Grizzlies. Both teams in a huddle. Umpires out there waiting for the fielding team. The Grizzlies went up first, and a tidy comeback after a glorious start, a slow middle. They were able to pick up the action in the very end and finished with 176. So San Diego will be looking at 177. It's what they had to get the first match as well. They managed to do it. Good innings from the top of the innings. Rahul Jariwal with a very, very well comprised 51. Tarun Dada was on fire. 43 runs straight out the block, 5 sixes, 2 fours, and the two of them set a very, very good pace in the first 56 runs of the first 5.5 overs. And then another very good partnership of almost 70, 68 between Kumar and his skipper. So they were able to take the score to 124 before San Diego struck the second time. And then 3 quick wickets at 124, 126, and 136. Pulled the game back, and San Diego looked like restraining the Grizzlies to about 150. But they had to contend with Sahil Garg. Young man, 30 runs of 14 balls, 3 glorious sixes, an elegant 4, and stayed not out on 30. And of course, the last 2 who got out were pretty much sacrifice runs. Adnesh Tondale taking a second run which didn't exist so that he could get Sahil back on strike, made 5 runs, and Sohan Butt on the very last ball, of course, going for a run that didn't exist. But, always taking
Absolutely,
a chance.
yeah.
Because one more run at the very end, David,
Yes.
could mean the difference. So San Diego batters out there now, and we have the same pair, the Canadian pair of Ravindu, Gunasekara, and Nikal Datta. They really haven't given us a big start so far, so they'll be looking for that. Opening the bowling for the Grizzlies will be Adnesh Tondale, bowling from the pavilion end. And he's got left-handed Ravindu taking strike there.
Tandale has had a very good minor league series this time around.
Oh, he's a classic player, very, very good player. Young, very good build. As I said, David, a very, very smart person.
Yeah.
He's getting his master's degree in aeronautics and
Engineering.
avionics, engineering. And, you know, he's doing an internship right now for Alaska Airlines, and I think they'd be smart to hire him. So anyway, as he gets in prepared to bowl, let's give you a quick look around the field. You've got a slip, a third man on the fence, a point, a sweeper cover, short cover, a mid-off, a mid-on. You've got a deep mid-wicket on the fence and a backward square leg. So San Diego will have to really put their heads down and go after this score. They managed to chase 2 in a row.
Yes.
The question is, will they be able to do it a third time?
Well, you said, Jimmy, that they have good batting, so we're about to discover that. With a good foundation here from the openers, you'll probably get an improved
Well, here we go. First
pace.
ball of the second innings here. Elegantly played into the covers all along the ground. No run there. And Ravindo's looking for a big score here because the first couple of innings, the first innings that he played against the Grizzlies, he was looking good, scored about 13 runs. Yesterday, he was certainly wanting to come back quickly because he was just not timing, not seeing the ball, consuming a lot of dot balls, and went for a big one and got out. So I'm sure he wants to redeem himself, dig himself in as Tondale goes in for the next ball. And this one is hit straight along the ground, and that should be going towards the fence. They run one. They're going for the second. Stopped a few yards in front. And so 2 runs. Nice push, firm push past the bowler. All along the ground, opening the San Diego account.
Just a reminder here, we're in the power play, so you just got 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. And that one was chased from there.
Absolutely. We have these little planes flying all around us. There must be an airfield nearby.
Nice airfield. It's
Here we
very
go again. This one hit against on a misfield. They could get a 2, and the question is, do you run for the second misfield? Yep, he does. Nickel, not the fastest of all, but 2 more runs, one of which was a bonus. So none for 4, San Diego in a chase of 177 to get their 3rd consecutive win and become the only team in the Western Division would be unbeaten. But right now, you got to hold that until they get past that winning line, and cricket is that game of glorious uncertainties.
the unbeaten status looks in question at the moment, but we'll see.
It's hard to say in the first over. So here we go. Adnesh Tondale. Short.
Actually, not really, because once you know the statistics and you look at the statistics and you see previously that there was 176 runs and they pulled it back in the last 5 overs. And as a historian, looking at those numbers, you can read a game very easily, actually. So, sorry to be so.
Well, I really wish we could read. I really wish we could read games this way. But cricket, as I've seen in my life, has been. You can be, as we saw in the World Cup, as a statistician, if someone saw South Africa needing 30 runs of 30 balls with a bucket load of wickets, you would have basically conceded the game, and yet India went on to win. But that's cricket. And here's Adnesh. Oh, this one is hit hard and high, and it's coming down towards the deep long on boundary. There's no fielder there. Crosses the ropes for the first 4 of the innings. So, again, 8 runs coming off the first few balls. A good start so far. They probably want to, this time, if you can say enough ifs in this, if San Diego wanted to make this a little bit easier than the previous 2, they're going to have to
a good foundation. And
and
fast scoring, which they're doing.
That's not been happening. So we'll have to see this. I think in the power play today, 6 overs, you need to be looking something closer to 45, 50.
Right.
And not losing more than 1 wicket.
I'd agree
then
with that,
you can
Jimmy.
start building on the innings. But when you finish, at 3 wickets for 30 and stuff like that, you're putting a lot of pressure on the others.
Right.
This one is again cracked, and oh, what a beautiful catch! Or did he drop it? He dropped it. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. That is not a good way to start. Cracked. It was hard, wasn't it, David?
Very hard. Actually, a beautiful stop. I mean, I didn't.
Well,
even see the catch option.
Oh, well, here we are. We've seen it. We've seen a replay of this, and it was cracked.
Good piece of fielding.
Well,
but
you
would have been better if
he caught it. Exactly. And I mean, you've got to be very low.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
That's a quick change there, Jimmy. So that's an expensive over for Tondale for him. That's the most expensive I've seen in the 3 matches that we've reported. So San Diego off to a strong start.
And it will be Nikhil Datta taking strike here to Sukwat Sekhan.
And San Diego 8 for no wicket after the first over. So scoring rate at 8 and over. They're going to need 9.9 or 10 probably just to overhaul the Grizzlies
We've got to wait for the first
we've got
5
to
overs or
establish
so,
the foundation,
and see where that leads us, because it's very hard to start putting the run rate targets. I mean, of course, you've got to keep an eye on that, but it really starts mattering after the 12th, 13th over, where you don't want it to start slipping into the 12s and 13s. Anyway, here we go. Left arm. This one's down the leg side. It'll be called wide.
Wide.
Sure is.
Now, we talked about extras on the last game, and there were a lot of them from San Diego. That's the first one right now. So there was 25, I think.
It was 26 by San Diego, and this time they came through with 7, which is a marked improvement.
Yes,
And last time, the Grizzlies had half of that, so they had about 13 extras, and here's the first one. Here we go again. Short. Oh, Nickel pushes it down. That ball was rising from a good length. Nickel literally takes his right hand off the bat as he fended this off.
There's a lot to learn from that. You know, a lot of youngsters as they're starting, and I'm sure you know this from your coaching, is that their bottom hand is too heavy, and they give a lot of catches. So training them out of that is the hard part.
Well, it looks like bowling from the far end, the guy on Fernando was able to get some balls off pretty well, and this one is pushed off firmly off his pads down towards mid-wicket for a single. So Nickel opens his account in San Diego, none for 9. David, I think the last part of the innings of the Grizzlies, you saw Guyan getting quite a few balls to
rise. Yes,
and that's what's happening here with Sekan.
What's your assessment of the strategy of they won the toss, Surf Riders, and actually bowling first on that?
Well,
do you think it
two
succeeded?
reasons. Number one, we'll only know at the end of the game whether it succeeded or not. But one was the overcast conditions, and hoping that there will be a little movement for the fast bowlers. It didn't happen. And the other one is that I guess a little bit of maybe superstition that you've chased twice. And
yes. Okay.
Why change something that's been a winning strategy? So
cricketers and their superstitions. Now there's a whole story to be written about that.
Of course,
right?
yeah. Tell you about that.
Do you have any superstitions?
You really want to know? Yes, I used to open the batting when I played competitive cricket before I came to America.
This is Ranji stuff in
no, I used to play at universities in first division.
Okay.
And I used to tap my right foot, and I would always hum a song in my head. And it was something typically like My Sweet Lord or something from the Beatles, and I would just keep that rhythm and tap my foot, and people would look at me like, what the heck is he doing? Anyway, this one's outside the off stump. Shoulders, arms, looking for a wide. Umpire's not interested, and
so you were just getting into your rhythm with that little tapping.
Well, it was just a way of me cutting everything else out.
Yes.
Otherwise you listen to chatter and things like that. So.
Getting the white noise.
Now you really probed into my past, haven't you?
Oh yes, that's the idea.
Oh, this one's nudged just to the left of the wicketkeeper. Had there been a first slip, that would have been straight in the hands. Instead, it's straight into the boundary line. 4 runs. A good, lucky one. I'm not sure if he deliberately did that, but it was a little nudge to the left of the keeper. And let's take a look if we can see that again.
Now, to add to the point of earlier about the playing in the inner circle, we still don't have many boundary fielders. But I would say that Surf Riders are doing a good job in this power play. They're really coming along quite nicely.
So far, so good. So far, so good. It's a little bit too early to say. We're only 9 balls into the innings. None for 14. Not bad start. As I said, they should be looking at building the first 3 overs, the next 3 overs. Now, this is silly. You've just got a 4. You've hardly checked out the bowler, and you're taking 3 steps down.
Yes.
And comprehensively beaten. Could easily have nudged and been caught.
Is that a blood rush, do you think?
Well, I think sometimes, David, the batters make up their mind before.
Yeah.
And I'm not one in favor of that. I mean, sometimes, yes, if you're making a decision to reverse sweep, you've got to have your hands ready, but not stepping down the wicket. I mean,
yes,
it's a little bit too early to do that. But anyway, here we go. Short again, not timed at all. Single. I saw a little bit of ball watching there by Ravinder. He should be running straight to the other end with his head down. But he was looking at the fielder. Single.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
So we need 162 runs in 18 overs, run rate of 9 to win the game, and so far they were scoring at about 7 an over. Excellent last over there. San Diego Surf Riders at 15 for no wicket after 2 overs. So
a steady start. Certainly at this stage, you look at, as I said, you start with the objective of about 8 runs and over, 7 to 8 runs. If you can get up to about 45 to 50 in the first 6 overs, you'd be doing pretty well. Adnesh Tandale will continue. Again, a shout out to our sponsors, Yash Technologies and Amul, national sponsors here, and our San Diego Surfrider local sponsors, Westpac Wealth Management, MCP Computers, Tally, Metroflex, Brian Diaz with LPL, and Ankle Saria Solutions. Thank you for your sponsorship. And back to the ground here, sun beginning to pop out as Adnesh begins over number 2 of his. Oh, this one is hit around the corner there. It's going towards deep backward square leg. They've run one. They'd go for the second. The throw comes in. One bounce to the keeper. That was a safe shot in the air, but very safe. Absolutely no one close on the leg side in the square leg area. So 2 more runs, and it's none for 17. Ravindu really looking for a bigger score. Both these players, in fact, looking for big scores. They are very, very capable. And Nikhil Datta in particular has had some good scores for San Diego in the past. Was beginning to show his class yesterday and unfortunately got out. Here again, short into the batter. Hit off the back foot for a short cover to dart in. Ravinder wants a single. Nikhil is not the most energetic or athletic. And he was leaning on his bat.
Yes.
That is
he was
something.
having none of it. And he was probably right because he went straight to the fielder. And it
yeah,
was
but
right
you know,
up close.
today you need to take at least a couple of steps forward because it could be an overthrow. It could, I mean, you've got to show action. Nikhil probably was like, no, I think I'm relaxing. Congratulations to Nikhil. He just got married last May. Again, short. This one swung around this to straight to mid-wicket. The man on the fence there, one of the 2 out of the circle. A single for Ravindu. He's got 3 runs this over.
Actually, to revisit that decision on the toss, when you think about it, it didn't succeed because the Grizzlies were able to put on over 50 for the
opening
for their
partnership.
opening
Sure. Yeah,
So
absolutely.
they
Well,
didn't
that
get
knocks
the
out
breakthrough they were
that
looking
knocks
for
out
from
the first reason, but the second reason I think still stands, which is they've
The chasing
chased
reason.
twice and they're
Yeah.
looking to chase a third time. So,
the superstition rules at the moment.
well, sometimes it's superstition, sometimes it's simply the level of confidence. You're confident about chasing, and if you're confident about chasing, and you chase.
And you certainly did that in the other 2 games.
Yeah, they did that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure whether they did that, but I think they were forced to do that.
Right. Another thing too, Jimmy, handling your anxiety out there in the cricket field. How did you used to do that? Because I think cricket's a very good game for sort of dampening down anxiety or controlling it. You have to do that. And I see a lot of American culture has too much anxiety.
That's too competitive. Here we go. Oh, this one's a ball coming straight in off his pads.
Big appeal.
And a big appeal. In fact, it'd be nice to look at it again.
Nothing
but,
doing.
That ball came in from outside. A very, very good ball. Oh, wait a minute. Has he given him out? In fact, he did signal it was off the pad. Yes, I guess he did signal it's off the pad.
A little
take a look at
reassuring tap there in the middle between the 2 players.
Right. In fact, Nikhil was very, very quick to point out that the ball took the top of his pad, and I think the television replay does show that. So Nikhil survives. That ball was really a good ball, cut back in from outside the off stump, and Nikhil was lucky. He got out to the same bowler in the first innings. They played on Friday with a little push, not moving his feet at all.
So you were
And
watching
this
that,
one's
Jimmy.
wide outside the off stump. The ball flying at good pace there. David, very good pace.
He's getting a
outside
lot of
the off
movement
stump.
too. So a second wide, so we've got 2 extras.
2 extras, yeah.
So
and
the
that's
score is 2-7 as far as extras
you're
are
on the
concerned.
third. You're on the third over, which is not the best.
Yep.
So it's none for 19. San Diego. We're in the third over, chasing 177 to win. Overcast conditions, a little bit of sun popping out here as Adnesh goes in short again. Oh, this was good. Getting high up, very high up, and that was no chance of being out because it hit him so high up on the thigh. Good pace, a single nonetheless, leg by.
He is actually beating the batsman for pace with his bowling so far.
And so far, what I really like about Adnesh is he bowls to get a wicket.
Yes, exactly.
He's not bowling to not get hit.
Right.
You know,
Right.
which a lot of bowlers try to bowl
Exactly.
not to get hit, and as a result, they bowl rank bad balls and they get hit.
Yeah.
He's bowling like he would be bowling to any opener in any form of cricket.
Right.
And that's what you do when you have a new ball in your hand.
Yep.
This is not the time to think about restricting the batter. This is time to get them out, put pressure on the batting team. Adnesh.
That one's
This
short.
is short. It was a slower ball hit to the sweeper in mid-wicket for a single. Again, faster running. Could have gotten at least pressure on the fielder, but not to be. A single, 21 for no loss.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
A change of bowling, I
Dave
believe.
Tadani
Jimmy.
apparently coming in from the far end. Sekhan actually had a pretty good over. He went for 7, one of which was a tickle down to the fine leg boundary. So
They may be saving him for later.
possibly. Adnesh Tondale, 2 overs, none for 13. Sekhan, none for 7. And now we've got a change at the far end. Dave Tadani. And he'll be bowling to Ravindu. Ravindu on 17 or 14 balls, so he's looking good. Nikhil Dutt has been looking a little bit out of sorts. Bowled well, but a little out of sorts. San Diego hoping that he'll regain his form as we see Tadani bowling from the far end. This is short and hammered out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. That'll be 4 runs. Short just sat up there waiting to be hit, and Ravindo obliges. That's his third 4 now as he moves on to 21, and San Diego none for 25. It seems to be the highest opening partnership between these two so far in third game.
Well, that would be a good thing for San Diego to go home with, a good opening partnership after
His
first two
I think
efforts.
it's badly needed. They cannot always be depending on young Skanda
Yes.
and A.B. Singh, who really bailed them out. Umar Akmal played well in the first game, made
He
only
did.
7 yesterday.
Yeah.
But here we are again. Adani. Again short, down the leg side. Actually, it wasn't even the leg side. It was probably right over the stumps because the umpire has not declared a wide, which means that Ravindu had gone right across his stumps trying to use that leg side and pull the ball.
Yeah, Dev Tadani is one of the young players and been played very well in the previous 2 games. Kind of fast, medium pace.
Right.
And
Well,
been
talking
very
about
effective.
fast, medium pace, Jariwal is now donning the helmet. He's called for a helmet, which means he's seen Ravindo taking 2 and 3 steps down the wicket. So
Right.
I guess he's put a little pressure, and we're going to see a good display of wicket keeping now because right up there, and as you said,
And Tadani, one of the under-21 players, so he's a real youngster.
well, that's going to be a good thing. If he strays down the leg side, he's going to put a lot of pressure on his keeper.
Yes.
So here we go. Bowling to. Oh, that
Catchable.
is silly. High, and into the hands
And
and
that's out.
taken. That was very, very, very silly. David, it really, really, really upsets me when you see a batter who's striking well. He's on 21 runs, predetermined. The wicketkeeper comes up. You should just play cricket.
Right.
There's no reason to be worried because you've got a keeper standing and breathing down your neck.
Well, there we
Instead-
go to that anxiety thing again.
There you
how
go.
you handle it.
Yeah.
How you put the pressure on these guys. And, of course, the Aussies are very good with their slagging and all this sort of stuff. To
Well,
try
we're
and
not
take up
sledging.
your-
I wouldn't
No,
say
that was just
Rahul
pure-
sledging. It just
Pure field movement.
Field movement.
Yeah.
You have to ignore
What's
any
gone-
kind of pressure.
Yeah.
The bowler has got a white ball in his hand. He's delivering that ball. You got to play it on merit. You
Absolutely.
do not predetermine moving out to the leg side, the ball was on the off stump.
Right.
He's moving out to the offside to hit it on the leg without even thinking where the ball's coming. The bowler follows him,
Yep.
and he's jammed. He takes it straight up in the air, and he's gone.
But this is good captaincy. They assess psychology of the player. They saw what he'd done the previous shot.
I don't
and then
know
brought
about
up
that.
the
I mean, I
wicketkeeper.
would.
And it was a question, and it'd be interesting to talk to him afterwards. Did that make any impact? You know, the fact that the wicketkeeper stood up. Did he feel that it would change his bowling?
That would be a
because
good
of
thing
that?
to ask him. In fact, I could probably do that. But
That'd
right
be a
now,
good thing for you to learn as captain of your team, so to speak.
San
or your
Diego,
group.
San Diego lose their first wicket, and
Yeah.
that's a big thing. Now that brings to the wicket the Pakistani Test, One-Day International, and T20 player Umar Akmal.
How many games for Pakistan?
I think you'll have to check that out, but I think he's played I think 10, 12 Test matches,
yeah.
and he's done a lot of one day. Very talented player, by the way, and his brother Kamran Akmal was far more known as a cricketing star. Umar Akmal, he's got a lot of talent. There's some other things he has to work on, but not short of talent, that's for sure.
Right. And does he come directly from Pakistan, or has he been here some time? And
No, in fact, the first match I was wondering whether he had jet lag, because as you saw when he was keeping, he was very lethargic.
Right.
And here he is now taking on outside the off stump. Very well judged, very well left.
Jimmy, you didn't know that I was half Pakistani, because I ended up in Karachi General Hospital, actually Gymkhana, and had 5 pints of blood, and it was very helpful.
Oh, really? So that's
I've been
the
playing better
Pakistani
cricket
blood.
ever since.
And what took you into the hospital then?
Oh, I'd played at the Gymkhana, and I had some internal bleeding, and the care there was just incredible.
In Karachi, okay.
In Karachi.
Ironically, my mother was born in Karachi, but that was
Really?
India in those days, 1930.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Okay, here we go again. Oh, that's a good ball. You beat a Test player on a good pitch, good movement.
Yes.
That is classic.
Yes.
Well
And this is a
bowled.
young under
well bowled
21-year-old.
Tadani. Very
Yeah.
well bowled.
He's had a good over.
He's had an excellent over so far. And clearly, I mean, with this level of good attacking bowling, I think the Grizzlies are doing something quite amazing.
They're raising their game, and they're youngsters. And
Here we go again, Tadani.
Oh,
This one again, Umar Akmal forward, gets his bat over the ball and leaves it. So good bowling on this, the fourth over.
yeah, Thadani, we're just talking about him, Jimmy. He's really upping his game in this series as the under 21-year-old. And as you were pointing out, playing to a Test batsman of Pakistani caliber, you've got to figure that he's getting great opportunity here to improve his game.
Well, we've got another change from the pavilion end. Viraj Patel takes over from Tondale. Grizzlies pulling back the run rate quite a bit. 4 overs, 1 for 25. And Nikhil Datta will be the one. This one's hit into the air. It's a little short of us.
Close. I think they got him.
No.
You don't think so?
No.
All right.
You could immediately see the umpire had his hands
In his
on both
pocket,
sides.
sir.
No, on both sides it was not out. But here again,
A good piece of fielding.
Neither
And-
Nikhil Datta nor Umar Akmal are the fastest runners.
Uh-huh.
And Nikhil was charging off,
Right.
and Umar was again leaning on his bat. I think that must be the new statue position of the San Diego Surf Riders.
Is that because you have surfing a lot, I guess?
Oh, that's a cracker of a shot off the back foot. It's racing towards the boundary. Umar Akmal is not even running, and the ball actually stops. Yep, it just goes over for 4. Oh, that was pretty lazy stuff from Umar. He was just strolling around. Nikhil was trying to say, run, in case it stops,
And he had already.
But that was a
sort of
cracker of a shot outside the off stump. Now, one interesting thing, I'm not sure if anyone's noticing this, but you can clearly see who Viraj Patel is trying to emulate. And tell me if you can tell me which international bowler. Watch his action, and let me know. Okay, David, that's a little quiz for you.
Oh,
all right.
Which culture are we talking about?
No. You're asking for.
You got to give me
No,
clues.
you get your first question after you watch the first ball. Watch him now. Watch him, okay, as he goes into bowl to Nicol. You saw that?
I saw that, all right. But
Jasprit Bumrah.
you're just but
You
Boomerang.
watch it. You watch it. He puts a very straight elbow, lifts it up, and goes all shoulder.
But he doesn't have his hand coming out.
No,
Is that a hand coming
it's
in?
as close as you can get, David.
No, you got to have that.
You
other hand
don't get a
coming
Bumrah too
that
often.
would've given me
Okay?
the
This
Bumrah
guy,
clue
this
right
guy
there.
just trying to boom Bumrah. But anyway,
He's a good bowler.
one for
no
29.
question.
Now, Bumrah, clearly the best fast bowler in the world today.
Yeah.
Here he goes again. Patel to... And this one is hit high in the air. This should be 4 more. Nicol Dutta, very well balanced, waited for the ball, cracks it over the head of mid-on. All the fielders are still in there. San Diego 1 for 33. And Nicol showing a little bit of the class that we know he has. Now, the question is, unlike yesterday, will he settle down and build?
Right.
But he did wait on this one. Nicol's up to 9 now. Here he goes. Facing Bumrah Patel.
Boomer Patel, I like
Flashes out there. There you go.
I'm sure Viraj was like his name back.
Well, I
It's
bet.
12 off the. That's not Boomer statistics either.
No. I'm sure young Patel would be thrilled if he was even used in the same sentence as Bumrah.
Now, is Boomer coming from a very good school or a very good family, or is he?
Bumrah made his way up. I mean, he was a little kid who didn't have much of an opportunity, and he just bowled against a wall.
Oh, really?
Yep. And he
With a
learned-
tennis ball or just regular?
Yeah, okay, that's pushed out to the short point. Umar Akmal will have nothing of it, which he shouldn't. And at the end of this over, another 8-run over. San Diego 1 for 33.
So we're still in the power play, Jimmy. What do you think so far with 33? Would you like to see 50 out of once the fielders go on the boundary?
33 and 5 overs. We probably, at this stage, it all depends. But I think Umar Akmal is taking his time to settle in. So 40 for 1 with this stage would be
You think you'd be
par.
happy with that?
Probably 45 would be better, but it all depends.
Well, it's a
That
lovely-
is classic cricket. He saw that ball outside the off stump, guided it. He can see the slip. He can see the third man. Didn't slash, just guided it for a single. Umar Akmal off the mark in San Diego.
And I'm just showing a lot of patience there, which he did in his previous innings to bring you guys back.
Yeah.
He doesn't get anxious. He controls his anxiety, and there he waited for the ball. And
that's
Zidane has been bowling very well.
Nichol's going to have to do because
Yes.
Nicol
good
can get a
example.
little over enthusiastic sometimes. And this one's pushed down the leg side for a single. At this stage of the game, that's what you really need to be doing. You've got fielders spread out all over the place. You've got to go for your singles,
Yeah.
on the leg side especially. Now, on the off side, because of the field restrictions, you've got a pretty tight offside field. So if you are going to go, you have to go over the inner circle, which is tough when you've got a bowler who's bowling pretty accurately stump to stump. Umar Akmal taking strike again.
Zidane really doing well.
And here's Umar coming down the wicket, smashing it high over the head of mid-wicket.
Great piece of fielding.
Yeah.
Chase that one down.
Yeah,
'cause
he decided to take on this young fella. And
almost.
he didn't time it as well as he would have liked to. I think he was looking to hit that out of the park. But,
I think you're right. He got underneath it.
but got underneath it and took the very, very top of his bat. So anyway, 2 more runs, San Diego. Trying to put a little bit of
We're still on
pressure
the surfboard.
on Dave Tadani, who's bowled remarkably well so far, considering he's bowling a person. And here's Umar Akmal playing tennis. That was tennis,
there's
wasn't
the
it?
tennis shot. Cross-training by tennis is
He
done a
went-
lot for cricket over
He
the
went
years.
down, clearly trying to unnerve the young man, comes down the wicket, and when this young Tadani bowling to a player of Umar Akmal's class and level, hoping that he would panic, and the boy did not. He just pulled the ball short, slowed it down.
This is what these games are good for, temperament, testing temperament.
And I'm so
building
happy,
temperament.
David, to see the youngsters displaying such good temperament so far.
Yeah. Showing a lot of
Tadani
class.
again to Omar. Oh, totally
excellent.
comprehensively beaten.
Yep.
Good ball indeed. And that was just a tentative push.
And fuller length on Tadani's part.
yeah.
So he's bowling very intelligently as well. He's varying his length quite a bit.
Yeah, Umar Akmal, clearly I think will have to give a little bow to a young Tadani who beat him comprehensively,
He
totally
did.
beaten outside the off stump.
Nice little duel developing here between these two.
Well, there are a lot of jewels. I think we
Yeah.
can start a jewelry shop here. Tadani from the far end to Umar Akmal. This is short, doesn't time it well. He's pretty mad at himself. That was looking to be hit. And
But he took something off that
excellent.
ball and there was a mishit as a
excellent
result.
over. 2 overs, 1 for 8.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Is now off and score 37 for 1 with Umar Akmal on 3 and really surviving an interesting over there by Tadani and Nikhil Datta on 10. So they need to build a partnership and they're falling behind a little bit with a run rate now of 10 to win this game. 14 overs to go. So you're impressed by Dev Tadani so far?
Very impressed. And this one, Nikhil goes down the ground, gets a single. Adnesh Tondale at long on, very quick to pick up the ball.
As you
So
notice,
Nikhil gets into double figures. He's now on 10. Umar Akmal, sedate start. 3 runs of 8 balls. He's been beaten a couple of times. Couple of mishits.
and your Bumrah Patel is still in action. You notice that the fielders have dropped back onto the boundary now.
Well, of course, now they've got the power play behind
There you
them.
go.
So, but now when the power play is over, the next thing is you've got lots of gaps to hit singles.
Right.
So you don't have to go for the fences every ball. But here he is, Patel. Oh, that is hit. Spectacular shot. He knows that there's absolutely no one between backward square leg and long on. There's a short mid-wicket, and he was firm. He put it straight over mid-wicket for 4. Absolute class. Umar Akmal goes to 7. And San Diego now nudging up. 1 for 42.
Omar was a slow start in the previous game that I broadcast, and then
The field
now
moves
beginning
back
to
again
build.
after that smack, and here is Patel again to Akmal. Jams into him. He digs it out to Tondale. Gets a single. It's 5 runs now on 3 balls. So a little encouragement from his teammates for Patel. 1 for 39. San Diego chasing the Grizzlies 176 for 7. So looking at 138 to go now. 13.4 overs. Patel again, this time to Nikhil Datta. And that's hit flat along the ground, but only a single to mid-off. Runs beginning to flow a little bit faster. And that's what San Diego really needs at this stage.
that was a well-hit single.
So
Good
it's
bit of
1 for
fielding there.
44. We hadn't had an update here to the score. Good rotation of strike taking place as
Well, you said singles will do it for you, right?
well at this stage. Yeah, you want to have at least 3 or 4 singles in an over, and then 1 boundary, and you'll be getting that run rate up to 8.
Yeah.
And then from 8, you start pushing along to 9s and 10s.
And it's coming
This is
from
short and wide outside the off stump and rightfully called. So here's another extra.
3 for 7 so far, based on the competition we're
I
dealing
guess
with.
we're keeping score then. Yes,
Yeah,
it
oh
is
yeah.
3 for 7.
Yeah,
Is that what it is? 3?
yeah. 3 wides so far.
All righty, well.
I'm
One
doing
for
my
44.
cognitive test here.
There's a whole bunch of people here dressed in whites, and they're right behind the side screen. So
That's the Lashings team, by the
the
way.
Lashings team, okay, and so they're getting a little bit of flack from the from the people on Severn because they've got everyone in whites.
In comes Raj.
Oh, that's nicely flicked off the
That's going to be
flicked
4.
off the toes down to fine leg for 4. Lovely shot from Nickel. Leaned into it, took it off his toes, and
This is the way he played before. He started and really amped
well,
it up.
Nickel is a very, very, very good player. It's a question of his application.
Yeah.
There are times when his demeanor, he's a gentleman. You know,
Right.
He's a very, very nice, kind type person.
Yeah.
And sometimes it shows in his batting. He gets very lethargic.
Right. right.
Doesn't seem to have that. It's
That
not
killer
his
streak,
personality.
killer streak.
It's not his personality. He's
Yeah.
got some fantastic shots.
Yeah.
Really fantastic shots. And then I just hope today would be. But this is actually. Sorry. This is not Nickel. This is actually Umar Akmal. Sorry.
Yeah. Umar
This is
Akmal.
Umar Akmal. And a single to him here. I'm sorry. That
Umar
was
is the one in the yellow hat.
in the yellow hat. Here we go. A yellow,
yellow helmet.
Right, yeah. So, sorry, that was Umar Akmal. But yeah, coming back to Nickel, Nickel is a really, really top-class batter.
Yeah.
It's a question of him taking time.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Middle there between the batsmen as they're beginning to assert themselves a little bit at this point and change your bowling. Looks like
So
a
we see
spinner.
left arm spin coming into the attack now. We've got Sohan Butt, I guess, who will take over operations from the far end, and he'll be bowling to Umar Akmal. Now, yesterday, David, when spin was brought on, the very, very first ball, Umar tried to flick, and he took a top edge and was caught.
Interesting.
Well, let's hope he learns from that.
Yeah.
Butt goes over the wicket. The first ball smacked towards long off, and Umar.
You better run
literally-
fast, as you said, like a daisical.
Yep, very lackadaisical.
I mean, that could have been a run out
It's a
there.
single.
Yeah, this is another young product out of the Northern California academies, and so we've had 2 young bowlers on at the park
Very
end there.
nice. Nickel takes his time, leans back, cracks it out to the deep cover for a single.
And Sohan Bhatt had a very
Sedate
good,
start. Sedate start.
Yeah.
It's important to regardless of the bowler, to see the first few balls off, and then you can assess yourself. This is short, and Umar cracks it off his back foot. He's gone for a single. He's looking for 2, and Nickel obliges. So 2 runs for Umar. 4 runs coming off the first 3 balls. Getting their eye on both of them, taking their time to assess the bowling.
Yeah, Sohan had a good innings too, didn't he?
Oh, what a fantastic 30.
Yeah.
This one again, pushed slowly. The single there for the asking. Nickel,
Oh, lovely throw.
a lovely throw. They got 1, and they're coming back for the second as the ball ricochets off the wicket.
So when you hit the stumps like that, and you try to run out of there, you have to pull the stump out with
You
the ball
absolutely
attached,
have
right?
to. You've got to get the stump totally out of the ground.
Yeah. It has to be totally out of the ground.
Out of the ground, yes.
Yeah.
You can't just tap it down.
Yeah.
Once it's lodged, you got to grab the ball and the wicket and take it out of the ground.
Good for
So 2
all
more
the
runs
cricketers
here
now.
for Akmal, who's beginning to come into his stride. Well, let's see what he does to the next ball from Butt. That's short. He leans back and cuts hard.
Oh, what a
cuts and
lovely
cuts
piece
very
of
hard.
fielding.
Good piece of fielding. Looks like there could be a little bit of an injury there. We've got fielder on the ground, wincing in pain. I hope he's okay, because that was a brilliant fielding, because David, he threw his body behind it. That ball was
This is where the toughness
very,
in
very
cricket
hard.
comes
It
out.
was hit very, very hard.
These are the hard
Nickel
knocks you
Dutta
get.
now gets to take on Butt, and he respectfully pushes it back. Quick one, coming in with the arm, and Nickel rightfully just gives it the respect it deserves. So reasonable over for the first over from Butt. I'm sure he would be.
So we've got a change of bowling here. So Bumrah Patel or Raj Patel coming off. And in the meantime, Nikhil Dutta is at 13 and Umar Akmal on 19. Umar hits the ball very hard when he
sure
connects.
does. He sure does.
He's a
That was
very pure
classic
hitter of the
timing.
ball. Yeah.
And looks like we've got Sukhwan Sekhan coming in to replace Patel, and he will be bowling his third over. He had a good start. 1 over for 7 runs. Was taken off and brought back now for his second.
So Vraj now has 2 overs that he's in his back pocket to bowl if needed. Now with the change of bowling, is changing his
And we've
field.
got Umar Akmal now, who's picking up the pace. He's 19 of 16 balls, so he's after a very, very sedate start. These are classic players who know how to time and pace their innings. So Umar will be looking for
He's a
big
great
innings.
pacer of his innings. That's what I saw in the last one.
Yeah, Nickel anchoring on his side. He's batting at an average of 86 run rate, 13 or 15 balls.
Oh, lovely
There's
shot.
a little nudge there and single.
Looked effortless.
Yeah. So good assessment of the bowler. Take your time.
Yeah.
But don't give dot balls. Push a single out there to third man. Get a single. Get to the other end. Give yourself a little bit more time, so that when you do go back to bat against the same bowler, you've got a much better chance. Bowled him straight through the crack there. What a gap! Nickel head in the air, bat and pad nowhere aligned, and I think he had made up his over the top.
And this is 2 preconceived shots that have got wickets, right?
Absolutely, and I wonder whether it's something to do with the Canadian, because we have both the Canadians do that, or both the openers. You take your pick, but there's something in common there. So San Diego lose their second wicket at 56 now, or is it 58? It's 2 for 58.
Yeah, 2 for
and
58.
that brings in the young Skanda Sharma, who's coming in at the fall of this wicket.
119 runs needed.
Good piece
in
of
11
bowling
overs.
by Sekhan. Very good piece of bowling. See, accurate. You're willing to put the ball on the stumps. Many young bowlers don't want to bowl on the stumps because they feel that the batter is going to hit them over the head.
Right.
But your objective is to move, bring back the line, bring back the length. The line was good. Nickel was all over it. Lifted his head before the ball was even bouncing.
Right.
And I think that's something that people have to understand. You've got to keep your eyes on the ball. You've got to keep your head down, and then you can raise your head and lift the ball. But you can't raise your head. David, I think it's pure physics. You can't raise your head and see the ball that's
At the same time.
That's coming at your toes.
You're going to be unsighted.
Yeah.
Can you tell us about the incoming batsman?
Well, what can you say about this young man here? He is 250s in his first 2 innings.
Right.
The first one he brought the team home. The second one he almost did. He's a very, very talented young 21-year-old, and he's got great things ahead of him. But like Umar, he starts very slow. He does build his innings. He's got the capability of batting 130, 140 run rates, and
They brought the partnership up into 70 in the first game, and
Well, I mean,
And then he went
and
on with
A.B.
the 100
Singh, he and
partnership
A.B.
after that.
Singh took it through yesterday on Friday. So here we are.
Yeah,
A lot depending on this. Second,
exactly.
first ball down the leg side. It's called a wide. Skanda lets it go.
That's 4-7 now as far as extras
It's
are
4 to
concerned.
7. You're keeping that score, aren't you? All righty. San Diego's run rate still a little bit below, way below par at this stage. Looking at 118 runs of 11.4 overs.
Skanda Rohit Sharma, that's a famous name, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, here he is pushing down for a single. Nicely pushed. Umar was a little hesitant to run and then realized the ball had gone past the short diving cover and gets a single. Good bowling, excellent bowling from the young Sekan.
Yeah, getting
1
the
for
breakthrough there.
10, 1 for 10 in the middle of his second over. Nice action, tall man, doesn't take too much of a run. Again, Skanda wants to run. Umar sends him back, short cover, pouncing on it. Umar looking very, very solid at this stage, and San Diego will be really hoping for a big
Yeah.
60, 70 runs from him today.
He's a very good anchor, too. And,
Well, both of them.
yeah.
Actually, either of them can take on the role of anchoring. This one's hit straight along the ground. Very,
Classic
very
shot there.
clean. A single results.
very,
Both
very much the Pakistani style, that very pure
and
drive.
You notice how wonderfully he middles the ball.
Yes, yeah.
And you will see, of course, there's a difference in class and in age, and you'll see Skanda has a similar type. Very, very clean. There he is, watching a ball that comes very low, and because he had his eyes on the ball, he
Yeah.
was able to crouch behind it and literally get it off his pads. So a good over, very, very good over for the Grizzlies.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Okay, we're back on now with coming into bowl, Jimmy.
Well, that's button. What a beautiful shot. That is classic from Umar Akmal.
Four all the way. Off
But
the bat.
sends the ball short outside the off stump. Normally an average in cracking that into the cover point region. Instead, he pierces the gap between short third man and point. 4 runs.
So what's the difference between an average person and Ukma?
Well, the average person hasn't played Test cricket, hasn't played one-day internationals.
Okay.
I'd say you got to put a gap between them.
I just want to get the judgment value. here.
Alrighty.
Yeah, the
Here we go.
criteria is what I was looking for.
Again, short. This time cut hard into the fielder at point.
Excellent fielder.
Good
That's
fielding.
2 hard ones that he's stopped there.
Yeah.
Done a good job.
Very good job. And you notice they've got this packed offside field,
Yes.
and he's feeding it.
Well,
so
Akmal he's an offside player.
looking for that edge. This one's quicker outside the off stump.
He relies a lot on his cover drive, as you're probably noticing, and the cut.
And I like the way the butt is going through this very quickly.
Yeah.
And this one's hit
That one
straight
is
hard and
moving.
high over the head of the bowler, and he'd probably get 4. Yes, he does. Just to the right of the side screen at the far end, Umar Akmal, classic, takes his time, watches the ball straight over the bowler's head. 4 there.
It's always nice to drive a
That's the
bowler over
second.
his head.
That's the second 4 of the innings
Yes.
of the overs. So they're going to have a few overs now where they get about 12 to 14.
Yes, yeah.
And then later on, they're going to have an over or 2 at the 15, 16.
I would
That's
agree.
how you build and win a match.
Yeah. And these two are totally capable of doing that.
Oh, absolutely. Umar Akmal now really beginning to show his class. Not that he didn't show it earlier. 2 for 69, San Diego. And this one, he's cracked into the right of the... Oh, a misfield out there. Cracked to the right of the cover fielder who moves very quickly. The ball did make a little bit of a bad bounce, you would call it, and a spin. So, he overran it. Either way, it's 4 runs. So Umar Akmal has now taken 2 off young Butt, who did beat him on a couple of times, but,
Yes.
12 runs against his name now. Here we go again. Short, smacked again, not happy with the fact that he didn't time it as well as he would have liked to. A single nonetheless to sweep a cover, and that should end the over. So 13 runs off that. San Diego now 2 for 74.
So it looks as though Tondale is now back on again, Jimmy. And interesting change here.
Well, I guess now the strategy, or at least I think the strategy would be to look for a wicket, because at this stage, I mean, it is still 10 runs and over, David, don't get me wrong, but 10 runs and over when you have two batters of this class and a couple more to follow.
Yes.
You really shouldn't be looking at the 10 runs as something that's impossible, but you really want to look at the couple of wickets. Shane Warne used to say, when you look at a score and you assess it at 74 for 2, as a bowling team, think about what would it look at 94 for 4. At 20 runs, 2 wickets. How do you think that would...
Interesting applications of cricket psychology.
And that's how cricket is played. Even as a batter, you always look at what do I want it to be in the next 2 overs. And in Test cricket, we play session to session. Right? So what do I want to look at? And you build session to session. You just don't go out and play the next ball. You play for the next session. Tondale to Umar. Slower ball outside the off stump. Umar saw it, takes the first run very quickly. Nope. Runs back, sends Skanda back. Yep.
That was a guaranteed run out at that point.
He ran his first run very fast. He was ready to take the second one. Skanda was scurrying back, and Umar rightfully sends him back. Single, a nice ball, slower ball, very well disguised by Tondale.
Umar, a very calming presence at the wicket. Very good.
I think
for the
when you play with someone of his class, I mean, look at him. He's already 35 of 26 balls. And remember, he had his first 8 or 10 balls were very, very slow.
He did nothing.
Yeah, you probably
was
had
very
about
careful.
7 or 8 runs. Yeah.
Assessing the
He's
wicket,
beginning to assess the wicket. And, of course, let's see what Tondale has now. Oh, that's put into the air, but there's no fielder there. And rightfully...
Skanda had scanned his field and placed it where it
no,
should go.
Skanda saw there was absolutely no one close, and he took his time. He went under the ball, hit it high, not looking for a 6 because that would have been a catch into the sweeper cover. He got 2 runs out of it. He had to scurry back. Umar Akmal had to. And 2 runs nevertheless.
He assesses the situation very well.
Adnesh Tondale is now into his 3rd over, and he'd probably keep him 1 more for the end as he goes into ball to Skanda, who hits this high in the air. That is catchable, and it's high in the air, and it is taken. This is a very, 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 very big wicket for young Tondale. It's an old surf rider getting a new surf rider out.
Right, absolutely interesting.
That is something that he'll be very, very upset with. And you know what, David? I was talking with the team today, and I said, we're going to have to learn to play without depending on Skanda to score 50 every match.
Now you're going to
get this will show the depth of the team and the class of the team. Skanda, I'm sure, is terribly disappointed, but it also puts someone else there. And in comes Chad Retzky, who also helped Skanda yesterday.
Yes.
So a big wicket, a very, very big wicket, and a good one for Tondale. Well deserved. He's been holding the ball back. He's bowling in line and length, and that's important.
Yes.
He's not trying to bowl short and, try not to get hit.
No, Tondale is showing a lot of class on his bowling.
Gem of a kid. 1 for 16, I guess, now for him. And big wicket of Skanda Sharma.
Yes.
So that puts the pressure back onto San Diego, and they're going to be looking for some very, very big score from Umar Akmal. Seriously, because when you look at San Diego's batting lineup, David, you've got of course, Chad, who's capable. You've got Abhi Singh coming in next.
Right, he batted very well in the first game.
AB ready.
Yeah.
And then after that, a little bit, you've got, I wouldn't call it the tail, but you do have,
Not a strong tail.
Ajay Sharma, Devam, and Fernando. So the first ball outside the off stump, Chad shoulders arms, watching the ball, taking his time, getting set. Game is still pretty evenly poised. 100 runs to go for San Diego in just under 10 overs, 9.2 overs. So the pressure's there, but with someone of Umar Akmal's class, as we saw, he can pull out 12, 15 runs quite
very
effortlessly.
quickly.
Effortlessly.
But Tondale, I love his run-up. It's very fluent, and
he's very fluent. He's got a very quick follow-through. That was a slower ball, and Chad saw that. Very well disguised slower ball.
Yeah.
Chad saw that, pushes it out. See, now, another thing that happens, David, is a wicket, and notice 2, 3 quick dot balls.
Right.
The wicket itself was a dot ball, and then you've got 2 quick dot balls after that. So before you know it, you've only got 1 run off this over.
A clamper over, as we call it.
Yep. Certainly putting on the clamps here, and San Diego will have to take their time. And again, outside the off stump, Chad lets it alone.
So that was an excellent over.
Very, very good over from Adnesh Tondale. He went for runs in his first over. Well, yeah, again, as I said, it's all about the runs now. You need a 50, 60-run partnership at some stage. This one is short. It's smacked out there into the deep square leg region. Couple of bounces, a single. A nice throw. Strong arm from that young man. Looks very tiny out there, but a single nevertheless, and that brings Chad on.
You were saying earlier, Jimmy, about sticking on 50. A lot of batsmen feel comfortable they've got the 50.
Yeah, but someone of Umar's class would, if he does, once he gets his 50, he's not the type who'll throw his wicket away.
Right,
I meant the partnership of 50.
Yeah.
Chad seems to be leaving a lot of balls. That's about the 3rd or 4th ball, and I think Umar's going to be on his case very soon.
Yeah.
And that ball zipped through.
It did.
So Chad's going to have to be very quick with his bat speed.
He's a very quick spinner.
Very quick, very quick. And the last ball that he bowled was literally steered to 3rd man, and you could see the speed at which he went.
Yeah.
And it wasn't because of the bat speed. It was purely because of the speed of the ball. So
Chandrasaka was a quick spinner.
Chandra was very quick. In fact, when I played him, I always had to play him as a fast bowler because, no, that's not a single. And Chad mad at himself. Umar's scolding him a little bit.
He came here and played with the Blues in 1985.
Chandra,
Sunil Gavaskar came with that team. And
I always played him as a fast bowler.
Yeah.
And since I've already shared with you some of my personal quirks and stuff like that.
Good.
The first time I ever played Chandra in the league, I went to my captain, who was a very accomplished player, Lakshmi Narayan, and I said, what should I do?
Yeah.
He said, just play him as a fast bowler. And so I was ready. And those days, remember, we didn't wear caps.
Oh, lovely shot.
And here's Umar Akmal displaying what a scoop looks like, and
yes,
scooped this one right over fine leg for 4. Classic shot.
And it's just the sort of runs you need right now. Yeah, to get back to what you were saying with the...
Is it the end of the over? I guess we're...
Oh,
the end of the over. We'll pick it up on the next one.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Oh. Why would you have penalty time? 40 back on. Are we getting some extras there? There's something going on out there.
Looks like we have the Tadani back from this end. Tondale taking, I guess, the last overs. He's bowling to Chad, who really smacks his. Oh, that is amazing. I think that's the hardest shot we've ever seen today.
Right.
Short, and he just leans back, cracks it over for 6. So Chad, who started with, I think, about 4 or 5 delicate leaves,
Right.
catches back with a really breezy 6.
I like that word, breezy. And it certainly
Well,
went
it sent
into
it
the
up
adjoining
in the air,
fields.
didn't it?
Yeah.
It sent it about
That's great.
at least about 20, 25 yards.
And that's off a bowler with an economy rating of 4. So
Right.
that's a significant
Flag
hit.
shot. So as I was saying, so when the first ball I ever faced against Chandrasekhar, remember we didn't have helmets in those days.
Yeah.
So I was ready to take on a quick bowler, but I didn't realize that he would bounce it so fast.
Oh, really?
And the ball took off the peak of my cap,
Uh-huh.
knocked my cap off,
Right.
and I landed up on my rear end with my legs in the air. Not very fun. And this one from Chad is beautifully steered down to its third man. They've run one. They'll go for the second. Nicely played. He's picked up 8 runs in these 2 balls from
Yeah.
Tadani.
Excellent cricket.
Now, actually, this is the second ball of the overs, so I think we're a little bit behind.
I think, yeah, the
It's,
scoring will
12
catch
point.
up a little bit.
12.2, but here's a little comeback we need from Tadani. This one is nicely steered by Chad, gets a single, brings Umar back to strike. Good thinking here. He's got a 6, he's got a 2, and then he pushes a single.
Yes.
No need to go, crazy, but he's already got 9 runs. And again, after a very slow start, 9 runs of 8 balls. Not too bad.
Excellent. Yeah. That's
And Umar Akmal now,
good strike rate.
who's kind of settling in. He's 40 of 28. And this is where I think around the 11th, 12th over, David, in the match on Friday, that's when they lost their way, the Grizzlies.
Yeah. Their front
They
asserted
started,
themselves
they
at that
started
point. Yeah.
panicking.
Yeah.
The runs were flowing. And,
Right.
taking wickets is the most important thing. So I think if I were in the Grizzlies dugout, I'd be looking to take a couple of wickets at this stage.
Well, frankly, 23
Mm-hmm.
average age.
Right. Yep. In the meantime, Omar Akmal pats the next one out to the mid-wicket region. The bowler had to go retrieve it himself, but they get an easy single. So you also want to keep an eye on the actual score, not the run rate. I mean, obviously keep the run rate, but you want to keep an eye on the score, because suddenly 90 becomes 120, becomes 140, and then your 30 runs, even in 2 overs, you can go for it.
Right.
So it's all about runs, and you've got to get more runs than the opponent.
Yeah.
This one short and nicely played by Chad. Very firm shot down to third man or short backward point. A quick single from a misfield, but a single.
Important part of the game. A guy called Webb, who wrote a lot of insights for the West by the West Indies team to help them.
Yeah, I don't think the West Indies, the ones that we saw in the 70s and 80s, cared about psychology. It was all about having fun and making. Oh, I noticed that the wicketkeeper took the bails off before the ball showed up there. Did you
there
see
you
that,
go.
David?
Yeah.
With the colorful lights here, it looks like the ball may have done it, but it was very, very clear. He knocked away. Jariwala, a smart little kid there, knocked off the bails and made it look as though the ball had struck it, but the ball didn't get anywhere close. So
Yeah.
a very quick single stolen by Umar Akmal, who manages to keep strike.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Yeah, so Umar now on 42 and score now 95 for 3. We talked about run rate, but it's 11.44 needed right now. Going to help.
And here's Umar going straight over the head. He'd get a single in it. Umar wants a second. Chad says no, rightfully. All the way down to the
it's a long hit six. I mean, a single.
Single, yeah.
Long hit
that's
single.
a long boundary, too.
Yes,
Very
it is. Yeah. You said this is a smaller boundary place, but that there it's very long.
Especially on the at this stage now on the offside, it's very, very close. And you could actually hit cover drive sixes here, but again, easy single, maybe two. They should be able to get two on this one.
They should.
But Umar was running like, the bowler ran a good 25, 30 yards.
That's nice to be
and
21,
they only got
you know?
a single.
Yeah, that's impressive, actually.
It's impressive if you're on the fielding side, but it's also pretty dismal if you're on the batting side. That
and you were talking about lethargy earlier. In terms
Umar
of
was just walking
surface,
across. So.
Yeah, but you know, when you're a surfer, you got to be cool. You got
But I think he's, and this one again is hit firmly along the ground for a single.
Yeah.
So I must say, Butt has made a comeback of sorts. He got mauled in the previous over with 3 4s.
Right.
And here he is, 3 balls into it, and he's just given away 3 runs. And when you're chasing 11 runs and over, you've got to pick it up a little bit.
It's a big deal.
Yep. Again, steered to a single. They should be able to take 2. Seriously, this should be 2 runs. And the first one, Chad is already like halfway down the second run, but Umar has barely reached. So I think he's backing himself, Umar Akmal. He's backing himself that he can take the team home with, 15, 16 runs and an over.
Yeah.
When the time.
He is that capable.
Yeah. And AB Singh is still to come, and he can hit 15, 20 runs in an over.
Oh, he did in the previous game, yeah.
Oh, that's in the air. That could be out. That could be a big wicket and dropped. Now, this is something that the Grizzlies could definitely regret. Umar Akmal, of all people, not only is he of the class that he is, the fact that he is almost at 50, and to drop a well-set batter of his class could prove disastrous. Well, let's see.
It was a very hard catch.
It was up there in the wind, too, I understand. And this one is hit along the ground again for a single, way to the deep cover, and that should end the over here. That's 100 for San Diego.
Yeah, as you're saying, Jim, would have been a nice breakthrough for the Grizzlies if they'd had that wicket. Because you're then into your tail, aren't you? The Surf Riders.
I wouldn't say close to the tail. No.
No, I don't.
No, you've got Abhi Singh who's coming in, and
he can hit.
Abhi is
very long
someone
reach.
who won the last 2 matches.
Yeah,
played a major role in it. And then you've got people. I mean, JD Reddy's still to come. AB Reddy is still there.
Yeah,
Abhi's a good striker of the ball. He can really put a very quick 20, 30 runs in 10 balls.
What's the Reddy story? You got 2 Reddies. Are they related?
We always want to be ready for anything.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm glad you got a little pun going there, Jimmy. That's good.
Okay, well, let's see what Chad has to offer now. Tondale is back.
His last over then.
And Chad looks at it carefully, steers it down to point for a single. Much better bowling by the Grizzlies today.
Yes. They've benefited from their match experience.
On
A young
Friday,
team, they're learning.
On Friday, from the 11th to the 14th, 15th over, they lost it.
Right.
And then by the 18th, 19th, Oh, sorry, 17th, 18th, because the game was over in 18. They gave away like 30-something runs in 2 overs.
Wow, that's, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let's see whether they can avoid that
But
this
here we
time.
are, Tondale.
Oh,
Oh, that's a beautiful ball. That's a lovely Yorker.
Yorker length, yeah.
Yeah, almost took his shoes off.
Yeah. And actually, this is 4th over, but he's just 16 runs off
Adnesh
3
has
overs.
bowled brilliantly. He's
Yeah.
bowled brilliantly. He looks like taking a wicket every ball.
Oh, he does.
And that's
yeah.
what you want to see about bowlers.
Yeah.
You know, you
He's
want
picked
to
up
see
a wicket
them.
as well.
You
yeah.
don't want the bowler to bowl where you know that the next ball is just a single or a 4.
Right.
It could be,
He takes the game to the batsman.
that's important.
Look at that one.
Swing and a miss, but this is
Oh.
wide.
That's a wide. That's 5-7, Jimmy. That's
Okay.
5-7.
We're keeping score onto, yeah. Well, that ball, saw Chad really like swiping at it outside the off stump. That's one of the swipes where you could get caught behind or it goes for 4
Yeah.
from, what we call a slip drive.
Right. Slip drive. I like that. Chad Britsky
Yeah.
on 14 now and Umar on 45 with a score at 102 for 3. 14.1
still
overs.
needing a good 75 runs, and that's what matters. 75 is a lot of runs. And this one is nicely steered by Chad. They'll get 1. They'll probably go for 2 because Chad runs very, very fast. And he is. He's very, very fit. Top
Yes.
fit South African.
South African, huh?
Yeah, Chad. And in fact, he's a fitness coach as well.
Oh,
Chad
you'd
is very,
expect
very,
that.
very fit. So nicely played, too. I like the way he steered it.
Strong South African connection here at Woodley. That's Aubrey Smith captained the first
We have a very good
Transvaal
South
side.
African community in San Diego as well.
It's big, huh?
Oh, yeah, and it's a wonderful bunch of people. I hang out with them quite a bit.
Oh, you do?
Yes. And here's Sanjay again. Again, this time fine. Down to third man. Good field placement, though, because those balls are all going for singles or maybe 2s. Chad is still batting around a ball. He's going to have to go a little bit faster than that. And the only reason being you want Umar Akmal to anchor the innings. And
Strong
he's
South African
been let off, so that's a big one.
So you let your hair down with the South Africans, huh? What's left of it?
Well, I don't have much hair left. But yeah, it's 3 for 105 as Tondale bowls to Akmal, who drives this pretty drive down to, again, the sweeper, single. A good over from
Excellent. No
Tondale.
boundaries. I mean, that's very good 4 overs.
Well,
in
he's
his
got another
bowling.
ball to go, but so far it's been pretty good. The run rate getting larger and larger now for San Diego. Tondale for the last time. It's 4th over. Down the leg
Ooh,
side.
lovely take
Bowled
there.
wide. He's going to have to bowl that again.
Oh, we're 6-7 now.
So one more to the extras.
So is he a local recruited South African, or did you bring him in from outside?
Well, he lives in Las Vegas. He plays in Santa Barbara. So I'd say he's as local as we can get.
Yeah.
The run rate now has moved up to 13, which, at the 10, 11, you're okay. 13, you're getting a little
13's
bit
tough.
nervous.
Yeah.
You need another 15, 16 run over.
Yeah.
And even that's not going to be enough. You need 2 of them.
Right.
And you can see what happens. Another wide. Tondale not happy with that because I think his point here, Adnesh, and maybe rightfully so, is that Chad had already moved outside the off stump. And Tondale bowled a slower ball. Chad totally missed it. It was called a wide. I think a little unfair for the bowler. But
that's
cricket.
actually part of the new strategy in T20 is to stand outside that.
And to start moving before the bowler bowls.
Oh, yeah.
But,
and to move the zone as far as wides are concerned.
well, we can
it's
understand
quite
that.
good strategy.
David, absolutely understand that. But then the wide line also moves with the batter. When the batter moves, say 12 inches, the
Right.
wide line moves 12 inches with him. And I think that's what Tondale was upset about.
Yeah.
But anyway, put it behind him. He's got to go in and bowl the next one. And this one's down the leg side. Another
wide.
This is not helping at all. Is that 7-7 now?
Yeah, no, it's 8-7 now.
Oh,
yes.
yes. Okay.
So the Grizzlies have overtaken, yeah.
The Grizzlies have overtaken. I'm not sure it's a very dubious distinction here, but
it
Umar,
definitely is a dubious distinction.
Umar wants to go down and talk to Chad because Chad is if I may say, he's swinging now.
Yeah.
He's swinging, and I think Umar's going to tell him look at the ball and hit.
Save your energy.
Well, I wouldn't say save the energies. Look and hit.
Yeah.
Don't swing without looking. You know, I mean that's
where your pros help,
Yeah.
isn't it? When you've got a
you
team
just
like
take a
this.
look.
This one
That's
is
it,
hitting
up in the air,
hard and
down
high.
towards the
Is it gonna
commentator's
come to
box.
us
You
on-
get a single for
Nice
that.
bit of fielding.
Umar's on his way, and so's Chad, and that's a long, long throw. So 2 runs coming off that last ball, which had to be bowled 4 times.
Yes. So those extras.
Mounting up.
Yeah. That's a big acceleration. So as you're saying, Jimmy, that the run rate now is really beginning to take on.
Yeah, I think for the first time, I mean, so far, you know, San Diego was pacing it pretty well, I'd say, you know, in the 11s, even 12s, but now it's going up to the 13s, and I think that's where, you know, things can start panicking.
That's going
Because
from
now,
a gentle hill
now,
climb.
now you're going to be playing shots that you wouldn't normally want to play,
Right.
and you're forced to play shots. When
You're
you're
being
forced to
forced out
play
of your
shots,
zone. Yeah.
and you're forced out of your zone, and I think that's when things get a little difficult. It's getting quite chilly out here, David.
It
the
is,
wind's
actually.
picking up, and
I
you
think
know.
I'm in England. This could be a Devon ground or somewhere like that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, educate me a little bit about Indian education, Jimmy. You went to school in.
Yeah, I went to Jesuit school in both school and college.
A lot of Indian cricketers seem to come out of Catholic schools. You know.
Well, not
throughout India.
anymore, but it used to be, yes.
Yeah, it's
because
changed now.
A lot of the Catholic schools were, you know, the better schools.
Yes, right.
And I wouldn't say Catholic. I'd say more Christian
just
schools.
more-
It's more Christian schools.
Yeah,
but
just faith oriented.
faith oriented,
Yeah.
yes.
Be a good person.
Yeah,
basically.
but you know, I mean, and if
And
I
discipline.
could shout some claim to fame here, that one of my young mentees and
Yeah.
from my school is a gentleman who just retired as the coach of the Indian team, Rahul Dravid.
Oh, really? You
Yeah.
had him? Did you go to the same school?
Oh
as
yes,
well?
Rahul went to the same school. He
Where was
in,
that?
In St. Joseph's, Bangalore,
Bangalore.
and
yeah.
you know.
And you're a little bit ahead of him, right? In terms of
let's
education?
say quite a bit.
Yeah. I want to ask how much.
Rahul was born the year after I graduated.
Okay.
But here we are.
Here we go.
Back in, and here's Umar Akmal again, cautiously pushing out as Tadani has now switched over to the far end.
So the Catholic influence on cricket, kind of
I
interesting.
don't think that had anything to do with the Catholic influence, quite honestly. It was
Yeah.
our common coach, I mean, K.K. Tarapo, who coached Rahul, coached me, coached
Yeah.
Sanjit Menezes,
Yeah.
and you know, but we have had quite a few from our school, Devdutt Padikal
Yeah.
and Robin Uthappa.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not bad for a tiny little school, but now, of course, this tiny little school of 750 is now 3,500.
Yeah.
That's what happens in a population like in India. You just have to
Right.
provide education for everyone.
And
So
a lot
anyway-
of the schools don't have cricket fields, right? They're
Many don't, because many of them are
600,000.
in the middle of the city, and the cities are very densely populated. They don't have
right.
big fields. In the meantime, here there's a change of gloves for Umar Akmal, and we'll get back to the cricket here. And Tadani coming in to bowl from the far end to Umar, who steps down the wicket. He's unhappy with the fact that he was only able to get a single out of that. Again, San Diego, you can clearly see even someone of Umar Akmal's class predetermining, walking down the wicket, swinging, or almost flailing,
Yes.
you know, wildly. And
You can feel the desperation beginning to settle in at 13
again,
quiet.
it
and
is possible. You get one or two big
Yep.
overs, and the game can change. But right now, I'd say it's firmly in the hands of the Grizzlies. And here's a swing and a miss. Good ball outside the off stump.
Lovely
I
ball.
love it when a young person like this does not get intimidated. He bowled a good cricket ball.
Yeah.
Outside
Dev
the off
Thadani's
stump.
bowling in these 3 games that I've witnessed have been every over has been an improvement.
Absolutely.
He's
I mean,
really
he's in his last
benefited
over,
from
and
this
I
series.
know, you know, this is something that he'd want to keep a very, very good average. He's bowling at 6 right now. And here's a high ball, and it just falls short of
the wicketkeeper.
the wicketkeeper, Jariwal. But I'd say at this stage for the Grizzlies, it's a dot ball.
Yes.
And the run rate just keeps creeping.
Yeah. The pressure keeps building. This
Yeah, we're
could
now
be-
at 14.44.
Yep.
And again, you're going to have some really big. I think at this stage, Chad's going to have to really swing for it.
Right.
And because the next person who's coming in has the ability to hit 20 runs in an over. Again, swing and a miss. Again, swinging. This is
Even the
classic
batsman
bowling.
shows his anger there, just kicking away.
Yeah, again,
And
classic
the
bowling.
Grizzlies are loving it. They're in the honeypot right now.
Yeah,
You know,
by
they're-
this time, I mean, with the fact that Tadani is bowling his last ball, I guess, here,
Excellent.
I think he should
session
just go
from
for the
him.
fences because I would have, if I would have coached Chad 3 balls ago, I'd have said tap it and let Umar Akmal take
Right.
strike.
Yeah, exactly. And this one's short.
Yep, and he
Pushes away
swings
and
for it.
then-
He's taken one. They'd probably get the second one here. Umar Akmal moving very fast. Oh, again, hitting the wicket before the ball shows up. But anyway, 2 runs. Not going to make San Diego happy with that over. A very, very poor over from San Diego's point of view because this is when you have to accelerate.
Yeah.
You have no choice at this.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
So with the score on 112 for 3, 16 overs gone, pressure building here. And Dev Tadani done his 4 overs, and he had 1 for 23, 5.7, 5 economy rating, and Tondale before him just finished with 1 for 26. So those 2 bowlers have really swung the game in favor of the Grizzlies at the moment. So, but there's now bowling change, and we'll see if fortune swings in the opposite direction. What do you think, Jimmy?
Well, I think this is a really tall order for San Diego. They have pulled rabbit out of the hat the last 2 games, but today's looking tougher. It's a 15-run and over from now. 4 overs, 24 balls, 60 runs. So first ball's wide outside the leg stump, and he's given. He's taken him down the leg side, swinging wildly. Umar Akmal, the star of the San Diego team, is now on his way back, and I would say this puts the game firmly in the hand of the Grizzlies.
Of the
If they
Grizzlies.
play out wonderful bowling display, and Umar Akmal now heading back 3 runs short of his 50. It would have been a great 50 because he's batted superbly so far.
He's had a very good series here. I mean, 2
Yeah,
great
and I'm
scores.
sure he's pretty mad at that because it was short. It was on the leg side. That's a ball you want to be sending into the trees.
Exactly,
But,
and that's what
it
he
was
was
quick.
advising his Chad to do, was to
Yeah.
slow down a little bit on that. So
Yeah.
he got a little
But
bit of
that was a
blood rush there.
spectacular, let's say, wicket for them to take. I'm not saying it was the best ball. It was a good ball, but a great wicket to take because I thought it was wide. The umpire,
Yeah.
I thought, was about to declare a wide and then realized the batter had edged it. So,
yeah. So
so it
Umar
looks
out
like
for
the young
47.
Grizzlies are going to
Yeah.
level the series 1-1 with San
Exactly.
Diego. We can never say in cricket, but right now, and AB Singh is a very, very capable batter. I mean, he can hit
Hard,
20 runs in 1 over.
Yeah, I saw him do it.
San Diego's going to need
Yeah, they're
let's
going to
say
need
two,
it.
3 of them. So a big blow for San Diego.
Going to need it.
4
Now-
for 114 now.
So Jimmy, the format here is if San Diego loses, is there a
No,
playoff for the
I
championship
guess you're all
sort of
playing.
thing?
You're all playing 8 games,
8 games, okay.
and
And you're ranked.
you're ranked. You get 2 points for a win.
Okay.
And so here we go. Let's take a look at the next one. And the first one is firmly placed on single. They probably go for 2 because Chad is going to have to run fast. Oh, no, he doesn't want that.
So even if San Diego lose this, they're still ranked ahead of the Grizzlies because
Well, they're 2-1. They're
Yeah.
4 points. you
Yeah.
know.
so the Grizzlies have lost 2, I think.
Okay.
1-1. And Lashings,
The Lashings, I think, have not won yet.
yeah, they haven't won anything. I don't know what Seattle's
So
done.
here's
That one's
And this one's hit high in
high.
the air, and that
That's
could
gonna
be
be-
out of the ground, into the trees.
yeah.
That's a good 6 from Chad, who moves on to 27 of 23 balls. But at this stage, you have to be batting at 200, not at 120.
Right.
So this is what I mean by balance. You've got to be balanced. You've got to stay in your crease. You've got to be watching the ball like a hawk.
Absolutely. Yeah.
You know, and as I say, eyes of the ball and swing, then you're actually doing your bowler a service. Here we go again. Wide ball.
No.
Not called. Chad is pointing to the to the wide mark, and he literally let that go. You know, at this stage, he could have been trying to guide it down to third man, but good bowling. I call that popping crease bowling. You know,
Yes. Yeah, it
you're
is.
bowling wide.
Good length.
This one is hit towards the cover point area. He's gone for one. They're probably going to have to try for the second. They're going to run hard, and Chad does. And the ball is, when you're throwing from that distance, the probability of it coming right into the stumps is not so high.
Right.
So you've got to run your luck at this stage, because that gives him 8 runs, and a single from A.B. Singh is 9 runs of this over. But once again, not when you're chasing 15 runs and over. You've got to have another 6 or a 4, and even that's going to put further pressure. So
Chad, a good athletic runner between the fields. And
very good.
a lot of South Africans have that rugby background, which helps a lot. There he goes again.
And this one is jammed into him. He'll get a single for that. I don't think they're going for the second.
No, it's a good decision. He loves to run, though. He's challenging. He's already got 29, which is a...
Well, yeah, it's 29 and 25 balls.
yeah, so
actually, that
he's
makes
trying
it
to do his bit.
30. So we're down to 18 balls now.
So, Jimmy, we're talking about the cooler weather here. It's still cool here in the valley after drying up a little bit on the field. So it hasn't made...
But it's a good day for cricket, though.
Excellent. Good day for commentating. It's nice and cool here under the
I don't think
trees.
anyone cares about how we feel, but
Well, you need just to be relaxed, just like you do out there.
so
with
we're
your-
now
your-
down to
your
the
batting.
last 18 balls, and San Diego still looking at 53 more runs. So real tall order. And here's Mr. Boomer, as we called him again.
Yes.
Single.
Loud appeal
Loud
there.
appeal. That was a good Yorker. I call him Boomer Patel.
Yeah.
But I love
He
his-
is Raj
I love,
Patel,
I
just
love
so
his
you know.
high action. He's got that very straight arm.
Yes.
And
it does kind of push through on an angle, that arm.
and he's got a good shoulder. I mean,
Yes.
he's got a very good shoulder. You notice his run up is relatively
I like the high
slow.
arm.
Very high arm.
Yeah.
So now 52 of 17, 4 for 125, and
His
AB
run
will be
rate is
taking-
almost 17 and over.
This one's hit over covers. They'll probably get 4. Yes. Very nicely taken. Over the head of short cover. It was too far for long off to even make an attempt, and the ball goes sailing for 4.
So Abhi Singh just showing his power there.
Well, he's got tremendous power.
Yeah.
Yesterday, he flicked one literally off his front foot over point for 6.
Wow.
And to me, you've got to have some really fantastic wrists to do that.
Yeah.
So 4 runs of that, bringing the margin slightly below 50 now. Swing,
Yes,
and he's
and
gone.
Yeah.
You could hear the snick
You
from
could,
here.
Yeah, you could, yeah.
Excellent bowling here. And that should pretty much put
That wraps it up, I think.
put the ribbon on this cake here.
The Grizzlies think so, too.
And I think rightly so. I mean,
Yeah.
you know,
They played the team. they know
J.D.
who the
Reddy
guys
coming
are.
in, the captain, Abi Reddy. It's a Reddy, no doubt.
I'll be ready.
I think it's,
Yeah, pretty good with those
yeah,
puns
it's
there,
AB.
Jimmy. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I'll be ready.
Now, A.B. Singh clearly upset with himself because he had a beautiful 4, and you could see that, you could hear that
Yes. Yeah.
touch.
That
on the
was a
last
thick
ball.
edge. It wasn't a thin edge. Yeah.
So San Diego crumbling around, and this is what happens,
Yeah.
David. When you are so far behind on the run rate, you are forced to
You're
make.
forced out of your envelope.
Yeah,
Out of
absolutely.
your zone.
You know, even if it was like 11 and 12 runs and over, you don't have to play shots like
Exactly.
this. But when you're at 15 runs and over, you have no choice.
Yeah.
If
Tide's
you
out for the
have
Surf
to go-
Riders.
You can't go for singles when you have 15, 16 runs and over.
Yeah.
You have to go for the boundaries, which means the bat has to swing.
Yeah. Which more
So
gives you
great
more
game.
chances. So Tondale, just number 17 here, just in front of our box. Bowled very well today.
Now that brings AB ready to join Chad, who has actually played a pretty good innings on his side.
Been an excellent innings.
But here he is now facing Viraj Patel. Oh, that's over his head. He's hooked this one down to the fine leg area. They get one, and let's see what the umpire is going to have to say about that.
Looks like a no ball, right?
It was over his shoulder, but not over his head.
It's a great
That
tennis
one-
shot, that. I mean, it was like a
He did dig it in,
high
and it
backhand,
shows that,
wasn't
and that's the same place that Guyon Fernando brought in some pretty
Yeah.
nasty bounce.
Right. Now that
So
one,
good to see a young Patel just
For a spinner
smacking
like
the
that.
ball in there.
Yeah.
And a bouncer at this stage is a good ball. You know, it's a
Yes.
very good ball to bowl.
Yeah.
Especially if you can get it slightly on the offside, because then you're hitting across.
There was a potential chance there with the way it went up. And then
Full toss, hit hard, only a single, and Grizzlies would love that.
noose tightening here all the time. We're up to about 18 runs required in the run rate. So the noose not
Well,
just
it's
stopping.
tightening.
Yes.
It's tightening for sure. Adnesh with a nice smile on his face, sensing victory here.
Yeah. Well, this will be a sweet one for them because they've fought very hard.
They fought
They've really
very hard,
improved
and
as
they're
a
very
as a
well
team.
deserved too. Very well deserved.
Chemistry has been
San Diego's
Improved a lot.
catching was a little bit under par today, and that could have taken 20, 25 runs off.
yeah.
And that's gone
Yeah.
again.
That's an edge.
You could hear that, a nice
So
bounce
he's
up,
got two edges. In
two
this over.
edges, and AB was walking before the ball got in the hands of the of the wicket keepers. So another one goes down, and the wicket's falling like 9 pins only because there's no choice.
Chad wouldn't have played that shot in a
Well,
normal.
I think play
comfort
that
zone.
shot because you swing. It's a
Yeah.
short ball.
Yeah.
You swing, and it just that happens. You don't connect, and if you connect, it's runs you would really need. So
It's been a very effective ball that for him in this over.
Very
that
good,
short
very
ball.
good, yeah.
He got people
Viraj,
to
Viraj
bite.
Patel has bowled exceptionally well. He's chosen the right ball to bowl at the right time, and that's very, very important. So San Diego now in tatters, so to speak. It's 6 for 131. They've just lost AB Reddy for 1. Chad is still batting on 31. But to very quickly go through this scorecard, Ravinder Gunasekara was gone for 21, was looking good, made in 17 balls. Nikhil Datta also was looking good, and he went for 13. Umar Akmal was the the flag bearer here. He got 47 runs before he was caught by behind the wickets by he was caught by Jariwala, which looked like a one that went down the leg side, and he tried to pull it. Skanda was unfortunately out for 3, and Chad still there with 31. AB Singh made only 5 today, and here we are now. Chad swing and missing as the noose tightens, and the game sort of drifting now.
Yes. And San Diego surfed 131 for 6. 21 run rate required now.
And we're about 12 runs, 12 balls to go. So,
Yes.
So it looks like the batting, again, and this is something I hate to sort of take any credit for this, but this is exactly what I said. If Skanda and AB don't make it, now that's gone high in the air. It should be a safe in no man's land. They'll run 1. They'll probably get 2.
Oh.
Misfield, and I think they'll probably hand 2 is all they'll get. But still, high in the air, but it was pretty safe. No one in that area to take it.
Well placed.
Chad goes to 33 now in San Diego, 6 for 133, completing the formalities with about 11 balls to go.
Is Jaydeep the captain? Jaydeep Brady?
JD is the captain.
Captain
correct.
is in.
Yes.
Okay.
Again, smack straight back to the bowler. No run.
He
Chad
loves that.
kicking himself for that. Good bowling. Very, very good bowling here.
Suquant has had a very good series too.
He's bowled exceptionally well. He's got 2 for 23.
2 wickets. Yeah. And both these bowlers, Raj got 2 for 27. So that
all the bowlers have bowled pretty well.
Yeah.
And this
That's a lovely shot.
hit again, but
Opened his shoulders straight to the
one
fielder.
Bounce into the sweeper cover for a single, and that's the far side of the ground. So the offside in today's game is much
Played a large
further
part.
than the onside, and that's because we're playing on the further pitch. So JD Reddy, the captain, will now be taking strike. Seems more like a formality at this stage. A good 43 runs behind. 9 balls.
Mm-hmm.
Here's JD Reddy. Bowled him. First ball. Oh.
Boy, oh boy.
For a bowler, it doesn't get better than that.
No.
To see those lights,
Especially against a team that beat you. So
a
this
team
is
that beat you, and yes, in fact,
this is
it's
the
a
comeback.
team that beat you, and it was also unbeaten. So
Yes. Yeah.
2 things. Ajay Sharma coming out, the veteran here, will be.
Who bowled very well.
He
the spin
bowled
bowler.
excellently.
He had
It
the
was a
best bowling spell.
beautiful set of bowling.
And you said he's played for the U.S. as well, right?
He's played for the U.S. in the veterans games. I think the over 40s.
Okay.
So JD doesn't trouble the scorers. First ball, golden duck as they call it. And Ajay will be going out there to join Chad. Pretty much at this stage, it's a very hard thing to think about, but this is where teams need to think of the net run rate.
Right.
Just going out there, swinging around, not thinking about, look, if I'm going to lose a game, let's at least try and nudge the score up.
Yeah.
Let's try and lose as few wickets as possible.
Mhm.
Let's try and consume, not allow any dot balls.
Yeah.
Right? Whether I make it or not, at the end of the day, at the end of the season, you'd be kicking yourself if you missed out on
Right.
the net run rate.
That's true.
And you don't
what you're
notice
saying
this
is look
until
beyond the
very
game.
end. Yeah,
Look to the
cricket is
games.
a game you've got to be in it all the time, no matter what's the situation.
Right.
So here we are. Ajay Sharma, left-handed batter, taking on
Required run rate at 32
Second.
now.
down the leg side. It will be called a wide. Ajay raises his arms and watches it through. Extras now go to 11.
Oh, and 11 I got is 9, but that's all right. Oh, no, we did have some extras. You're right. 11 to 7. So
Yeah, nine
even with the
wides,
extras.
9 wides and 2 leg byes.
That's
So
correct. Yeah.
We're still down to the last 8 balls. Ajay cracks this one, takes a single, probably not looking for the second because gives Chad the strike. And Chad now has 1 ball to take on this over, and then look for 6 sixes and a couple of no balls.
There you go. That's what you're going to need.
Yeah. Well, that is the end of the over. So it'll
All
be.
right. Last over. What do you think, Jim?
Oh, it doesn't matter what I think. Viraj Patel will be bowling this one, and the first one's outside the off stump, and Ajay Sharma flashes, misses, and we're now down to 5 balls. A very, very good performance by the Grizzlies. Young team, they played hard, excellent batting, started well, a little bit of a hiccup in the middle, ended beautifully, but their bowling has been absolutely outstanding.
And they didn't falter in that 15th over.
And here's
onwards.
Patel again pushing it for a single. If there was a direct hit, he would be out, but he'd like to give Chad the strike and hopefully remain not out and improve his average.
Yeah.
But at this stage, it's all about the statistics here. Chad has batted pretty well 2 boundaries and both sixes. How about that?
He's batted very well and run extremely well between the wickets.
Run
a good
very
example.
well. Yes. 34 of 32. I'm sure he would have liked to have more than that. But quite honestly, he just didn't have people batting around.
Nothing to back him up.
It was Umar Akmal and Chad, and really no one else in San Diego.
Chad on
Ravinder
34
did
at the
about
moment.
21, but very, very poor batting otherwise.
Raj bowling very well.
And
Really
here he is
dictating
now.
to the batsman what he wants.
Okay, here we are. A quick one down the leg side. Chad going for the pull. I think wraps him high on the tie.
That short pitch ball has been very effective for
And he's bowled pretty quick.
for Raj.
All the pacers.
Yeah.
Tondale is bowled very quick, and Sekhan was great. Tadani was superb,
Yeah.
and Patel. And
Both of them.
even their spinner, Sohan Butt, was none for 32, but he did a pretty good job.
Oh, I would
His
pitch
full
that one.
toss. Chad trying to flick it down the leg side. Doesn't get anything but a pad to it. So so here we are, folks. Three balls to go. And San Diego capitulating quite considerably towards the end.
Yes.
At one stage with Umar Akmal and Chad, and the score,
Yeah.
clearing 100 plus.
Well, Umar, once you got him, that was it.
That
And
was
he'd
it.
been
That's-
dropped once.
And he was. He certainly
Yeah, he
was.
dropped
Yes.
once.
Didn't add much to it.
Yeah.
And
Yes,
here's
that's
Chad
high,
hitting high in the air, and
catchable.
he should be caught on this one. Yes,
And
he
he's
is.
out. So it's going
So
to be
that's it.
34, 35 for him.
And that's where I thought Chad would try and at least stay not out. And,
Yes,
you know,
yeah.
it's a big deal when you walk away with maybe 35, 40 runs not out.
Yeah, exactly.
And the young Devam gets a chance to go out there and show his capabilities. Not that he would
light
have
blue
wanted, he would have rather that he didn't go into bat, but Chad played a good innings. You've got to give him credit for it. And
well balanced. He accelerated when he need to.
Yeah, my point here
Just
again.
couldn't build
My
a
point here comes
partnership.
back to, you're not going to get 30 plus runs
Yeah.
in 3 balls.
No.
So trying to go over the field, etc.,
Yeah.
is sort of very ambitious and rather foolhardy.
So you would have said that he should have just tried to stay in and not be out.
Get 3 or 4 more runs.
Right.
3 or 4 more runs. You don't have to hit sixes.
Looking at the net run rate
Yeah,
down the
because
road.
you never know. You never know, David. The net run rate is something. And
Yeah.
I mean, look, you've already lost the game.
Yeah.
Right? If you've lost the game,
So you play for the net run rate.
play for the net run rate, stay not out. Good shot there by Devam. First ball, he gets a single and puts the strike back to his senior partner there, Ajay Sharma. And so, is that it?
That's it, I think.
No, I think there's one more ball. Nope, they're shaking hands.
So that's a good sign.
The umpire's calling for... Oh, yes, he's shaking hands too. So that's it, folks.
Yeah.
We have a rather timid end
Right.
to a game that looked like coming down to the wire. In fact,
Yeah.
this is the first game that I've seen around in the last couple of days that actually came this far.
Yeah, I
Because
mean,
normally it's been very tight.
this has got to be a very good feeling for the Grizzlies coming back to the scene of their defeat at the beginning of the tournament.
Comprehensively. Now
Yeah.
it turns out to be, it was a pretty
Which-
comprehensive win.
When
by
they came up against the team that's unbeaten.
Yep, and they won
and
by 38 runs, which is in this
And-
level of cricket, it's a very, very good turnaround.
And
yeah.
shows the chemistry really has gelled when this team in the 4 games they played. So all power to the Grizzlies and really good effort by Surf Riders. And Jim, it's been really great commentating with you.
Well, it's
and
my pleasure there, David. And look at it, the sun begins to shine now, and
Yeah.
I think the Grizzlies are probably making hay while the sun shines. They're just going around and shaking hands. This was a very, very good and well-deserved victory by the Golden State Grizzlies. Let's try and sum up the game today. Started with San Diego actually winning the toss and electing to field on a very cold, overcast morning, expecting, of course, some movement, etc., and didn't get that. It went to a very, very quick and very confident start by Rahul Jariwal and Tarun Adada. Adada in particular took the bowlers on very early. He smacked 43 of 21 balls, 5 sixes and 2 fours. And he fell to Devam Srivastava in what is his first game of the season. And then Kranti Kumar came in, didn't let up on this. He did go a little slower, of course, with an average of 89 strike rate. But he was gone, caught by Umar Akmal of Ajay Sharma for 25. Rahul Jariwala, the captain, wicketkeeper, was eventually out after making a very, very comprehensive and compact 51 of 44 balls, 4 fours and 2 sixes. And he was finally caught by A.B. Reddy of Nikhil Dutta. Mohit Natraj didn't do much. He was caught by Gayan Fernando of Ajay for 9. And then came Sahil Garg. Sahil Garg, in my opinion, put the game out of San Diego's reach, David.
I agree with you there. It was and he's, a real young player, a lot of talent coming for the next 10, 20 years, all being well. So it was really great to see him
In fact,
hit.
it was fantastic to see the way he took on every bowler. 30 runs of just 14 balls.
Right.
1, 4, and 3 glorious sixes.
Yes.
That really took the game, which looked
did.
like heading into about a 150.
He took it by
and
the
he took
throat.
it by 180,
Yeah.
close to 180.
Yeah.
So I think that made a huge difference because 150, I would say San Diego would be looking at the other side of the
Yeah,
coin
absolutely.
today,
Yeah.
right?
But this is, I think, very good for cricket that, you've got teams that can come back and win. And I don't go home with the tail between their legs.
Well, that's great. It is a victory for cricket. And then continuing on, the last two to get out were both run out and both kind of running out at the time when, it was just a matter of trying to get as many runs on the board. And Adnesh Tondale was run out for 5. He gave his wicket away because he was trying to get Sahil back on strike, which was the right thing to do.
Right.
And then Sohan Butt did the same. He scored 3 runs and got run out trying to take the last ball, take a second run on the last ball, which wasn't there, but
Yeah.
you never know. You put pressure on the ball, on the fielder, and you could probably get an overthrow, or you could have them fumble, and that would be 1 extra run. Not that it mattered, because they were, comfortably home. So 176 for 7, the San Diego bowling. J.D. Reddy, 2 overs, none for 29, was very expensive today. Got hit for a couple of sixes because he had to deal with Adada, who was just merciless.
Yes, he was.
Gayan Fernando, his first 2 overs were phenomenal. He had 2 overs for 3, but then he got a little bit of stick in the 3rd over. Ended up with 4 overs, none for 32. Ravindu, very expensive, although he did take 1 wicket. He came into bowl the last over, and also the penultimate over, and he had 2 overs, 1 for 23. Devam Srivastava was confident and good in his first game out. 4 overs, 1 for 37. I think what he's going to learn here is keep your foot behind the line.
Yes.
Because he took a beautiful return catch only to find out it was a no ball.
Exactly.
Right?
I'm going to say just one thing, Jimmy, that I noticed here, just comparing the batsmen. 3 of the Grizzlies were in the 200 strike zone, and none of the
San Diego
Surf Riders were in the 200.
There you go.
I think that's the essence of the story right there.
Yep.
Their batting was not
And
quite
the
up
other
to it.
bowlers for San Diego were Nikhil Dutta, who actually bowled pretty well.
Yeah.
1 for 32 of his 4. And the pick of San Diego bowling, Ajay Sharma, 2 for 22 of his 4.
Yeah.
And a couple of catches went down, which was also very disappointing. Yeah. San Diego fielding, by and large, was below par, you'd say.
Yes, I'd
About
agree with
4
that,
catches went down.
Yeah.
And a couple of overthrows, which were gifts to the batters.
Yeah.
So you certainly don't want to do that. Going into chase then, 177, which they had done on Friday and done pretty well on Friday. Landed up with Ravindu and Nikhil Dutta going out to open the innings and actually putting on the most number of runs, 25 runs in their sojourn out there. Ravindu was out for 21 of 17 balls. He had 3 fours in them, caught by Tondale of Tadani. In Nikhil Dutta went for 13, clean bowled by Sekhan. Umar Akmal came in and anchored the innings, played very cautiously to begin with and then exploded with some really fantastic shots. And towards the end, slowed down again. He was dropped when he was on 42, added only 5 runs, didn't take advantage of that, and finally landed up edging it to Jariwala for 47.
Another statistic that sticks out to me as I'm listening to you, Jimmy, is Sekhan 3 wickets for 26, and then Vraj Patel 3 wickets for 29. That I think tells quite a story.
You've got 2 bowlers taking 3 wickets each, which is really very
unusual
very impressive. Very both very young and impressive bowlers.
Yeah.
So So the disappointment for San Diego and for himself, of course, was young Skanda Sharma was looking good. He was taking his time trying to get in, and on the fourth ball he faced, he ended up lifting his head. I'm sure he would not have wanted to do that, but he lifted his head and tried to clear the cover fielder who ran back and took a pretty well-judged catch.
Right.
So he was gone for 3, and that put a little bit of a dampener because San Diego, depending on him, he's got 2 50s in a row. And then that brought in Chad. Chad played cautiously. He left a few balls outside the stumps a few times. Ended up making 34, was the last recognized batter to get out.
Yeah.
And then A.B. Singh disappointed, of course, after being unbeaten in the first 2 games. He ended up getting only 5 runs this time,
Yes,
including a beautiful 4 before he got out the next ball.
Yeah.
And then there was a procession. A.B. Reddy made just 1 run before he was caught by Jariwal. J.D. Reddy was out for 0 on the first ball. And by then, of course, it was all over bar the shouting.
Yes.
So Ajay Sharma remained not out with 2. Devam was not out with 1. In San Diego, with 11 extras, landed up with 8 for 138. A very well-deserved 39-run victory for the Grizzlies. In terms of the bowling, Adnesh Tondale bowled extremely well. 4 overs, 1 for 26. He was quick. He was accurate. A couple of wides, but otherwise done very well. Sukwan Sekhan, superb bowling. 4 overs, 3 for 26. Tadani also bowled well. 1 for 23, very economical. Viraj Patel, whom we have anointed as the new Bumrah, was 3 for 29 of his 4. And Sohan Butt, none for 32. So San Diego at one stage were looking good at 114 for 3, and then came the tumble. The walls came tumbling down, and they succumbed for another 24 runs, where they lost the rest of their wickets. So with that, David, it's been a pleasure being with you in the box here.
It has been, Jimmy, and thanks for working with us. It was great, and look forward to doing it again.
And so this is Jimmy Ankelsaria signing off from Severn Grounds in lovely Woodley Park in Los Angeles. Good day, everyone. Yes, there must be an airfield nearby.
Nice airfield. It's
Here we
very
go again. This one hit against on a misfield. They could get a 2, and the question is, do you run for the second misfield? Yep, he does. Nickel, not the fastest of all, but 2 more runs, one of which was a bonus. So here's Adnesh. Oh, this one is hit hard and high, and it's coming down towards the deep long on
there's no fielder.
boundary. There's no field pressure on the others.
right.
This one is again cracked, and oh, what a beautiful catch! Or did he drop it? He dropped it. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. That is not a good way to start. Here we go again. Short. Oh, Nickel pushes it here.
Oh yes, that's the idea.
Oh, this one's nudged just to the left of the wicketkeeper. Had there been a first slip, that would have been straight in the hands. Instead,
But I would say that Surf Riders are doing a good job in this power play. They're really coming along quite nicely.
so far so good. So far so good. It's yes. Adnish goes in short again. Oh, this was good. Getting high up, very high up, and that was no chance of being out. Far end. This is short and hammered out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. That'll be 4 runs. Short just to... Oh, that
Catchable.
is silly. High, 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 and into the hands and
that's out.
taken. That was
Really?
India in those days, 1930.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Okay, here we go again. Oh, that's a good ball. But here he is, Patel. Oh, that is hit. Spectacular shot. He knows that there's absolutely no one between backward square leg and lock.
In comes Raj.
Oh, that's nicely flicked off the
That's going to be 4.
the toes down to fine leg for 4. Lovely shot. What a fantastic 30.
Yeah.
This one again, pushed slowly. The single there for the asking. Nickel.
Oh, lovely throw.
A lovely throw. They got 1, and they're coming back for the second as the ball ricochets off the wicket. Same bowler, you've got a much better chance. Bowled him straight through the crack there. What a gap. Nickel, head in the air.
Coming into bowl, Jimmy.
Oh, that's Button. What a beautiful shot. That is classic from Umar Akmal. Very quickly.
Yeah.
And this one's hit
That
straight
one's got
hard and
movement.
high over the head of the bowler, and he'd probably get 4. Yes, he does. Just to the right of the sides for 69, San Diego. And this one, he's cracked into the right of the, misfield out there. Cracked to the right of the, for the end as he goes into ball. Who hits this high in the air. That is catchable, and it's high in the air, and it is taken. This take their time. And again, outside the off stump, Chad lets it alone. So I was ready. In those days, remember, we didn't wear caps.
Oh, lovely shot.
And here's Umar Akmal displaying the last overs. He's bowling to Chad, who really smacks his. Oh, that is amazing. I think that's the hardest shot we've ever seen today.
Right.
Catches back with.
He did in the previous game, yeah.
Oh, that's in the air. That could be out. That could be a big wicket and dropped. Now, this is something that 75 is a lot of runs. And this one is nicely steered by Chad. They'll get one. They'll probably go for two because Chad runs very, very fast. Akmal takes strike.
Yeah, exactly. And this one's short.
4 overs, 24 balls, 60 runs. So, first ball, here's
that one's.
And this one's hit high in the air. And here's Mr. Boomer, as we called him.
Run rate is almost 17 and over.
This one's hit. Swing, and he's gone.
Yeah.
You could hear the snick from here.
Yeah, you could, yeah.
Excellent bowling here. And that should pretty much put
That wraps it up, I think.
Put the ribbon on this. I'll be ready. It's a and that's gone again.
That's an edge.
You could hear that, a nice bounce.
So he's got
up.
2 edges.
Two edges, and here's JD Reddy. Bowled him, first ball. Oh.
Boy, oh boy.
And he certainly was.
Dropped once.
Didn't add much to it.
Yeah.
And here's Chad hitting high in the air, and he should be caught on this one. Yes, he is.
Out. So it's going to be
that's
34, 35
play for the net run rate. Stay not out. Good shot there by Devam. First ball, he gets a single and puts the strike back to his senior partner there, Ajay Sharma. And so, is that it?
That's it, I think.
Umpires calling for... Oh, yes, he's shaking it too. So that's it, folks.
Yeah.
We have a rather timid end to a game that looked like coming down to the wire. In fact, this is the first game that I've seen around in the last...
It's got to be a very good feeling for the Grizzlies coming back.
You're watching the 2024 Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Yash Technologies.